Next, I would like to welcome on the dais Shri Nilavra Gupta sir, who is the Deputy Chairman, Paradip Port Authority. So let's welcome him on the dais with a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to welcome Professor B.C. Makeup from IIT Kharagpur. Let's welcome him on the dais with a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to welcome Shri Sumit Roy sir, CIGS DG Faculty. Let's welcome him on the dais with a huge round of applause. Next, I would like to welcome on the dais Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra sir, Director DG Faculty. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं गाइस। सो जैसे कहते हैं कि हर एक शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत हम दीप प्रज्वलित से शुरुआत करते हैं। सो मैं रिक्वेस्ट ऑल Let's start with this event by the Deep Prajwalit, and before this Deep Prajwalan, I would like to recite this beautiful Sanskrit slok, Shubham Karoti Kalyanam. Everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So may I request all the delegates, everyone, please again take your seat on the dais. जैसे कि हम सभी लोग भारतीय हैं and we are always follow that beautiful line अतिथि देवो भव. तो हमारे साथ जो जुड़े हुए आज के अतिथि उनको हम लोग स्वागत करेंगे बुके एंड उत्तरीय देकर. So first I would like to request Mr. Som Sekhar sir, who is the Inspector IDS Paradip. Would you please present the bouquet and utterior to our chairman sir? Next, I would like to request Dr. Kunal Sharma sir, who is the Assistant Director DG Fastly. So, would you please present the bouquet and utterior to the Deputy Chairman sir? Thank you. So next, I would like to request Shri Belarsen Naik sir, who is the Superintending Engineer, PPA. Do you please present the bouquet and utterior, Professor B.C. Makeup sir. Thank you. So now I would like to request Mr. Janardhan Naik sir, who is the Safety Officer, PPA. Do you please present the bouquet and utterior, Shri Sumit Roy sir, CIGS. Next, may I request to Shri Maheshwar Naik sir, who is the Superintending Engineer, Mechanical, Paradip Port Authority. Do you please present the bouquet to Mr. Vipul Mishra sir, who is the Director of DG Fastly. हमारे साथ और भी डिग्निटरीज जुड़े हैं जो कि he is off stage. He is none other than Shri Ravi Shankar Nirala sir, who is the Under Secretary Ministry of Labour and Employment, Delhi. Sir को फेलिसिट करने के लिए I would like to request Mr. Pradeep Kumar Kaur sir from PPA. May I request to Mr. Pradeep Kumar Kaur sir from PPA would like to present the bouquet and uttari to Shri Ravi Shankar Nirala sir, the Under Secretary Ministry of Labour and Employment, Delhi. Thank you. So now I'd like to request Shri Susil Chandranath, sir, the Chief Mechanical Engineer from Paradip Port Authority, to please give the welcome address.
Good morning to all. Respected Chairman, Paradip Port Trust, respected Alok Mishra ji, Joint Secretary and DG Fastly, Ministry of Labour and Employment, respected Nilabra Das Gupta, Deputy Chairman sir from Paradip Port, and Professor B.C. Mekop, Head of the Chemical Engineering, IIT Kharagpur, Sri Sumit Roy, Chief Inspector of Dock Safety, DG Fastly, Sri Bipul Mishra ji, Director, and esteemed participant, distinguished guests and colleagues. A very warm welcome to you all to this workshop on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemical, organized collaboratively by DG Fastly and Paradip Port Authority. It is a privilege for us as Paradip Port to host this important event, which brings together some of the brightest minds and key stakeholders committed to advancing safety standard at our nation's port. As India's #1 major port, Paradip Port Authority has always placed safety at the forefront of its operation. We recognize that handling of hazardous chemicals and other high-risk material is a vital yet challenging aspect of port management. This workshop provides an invaluable platform to discuss strategies, share knowledge, and explore innovative solutions to enhance safety in dock operation. We are particularly honored to have guidance and participation of Sri Alok Mishra ji, whose leadership at DG Fastly has been instrumental in prioritizing safety across India's industrial and maritime sectors. Under his direction, DG Fastly has implemented transformative steps to strengthen safety frameworks, including this series of workshops concluded at some of the major ports. Our gratitude also extended to Professor B.C. Mekop from IIT Kharagpur, whose expertise in chemical engineering enriches the technical depth of this workshop. Collaborations with prestigious institutions like IIT Kharagpur ensure that our safety initiatives are rooted in cutting-edge research and global best practices. We are fortunate to have unwavering support of our chairman, the lovable chairman of Paradip Port, and Sri Nilabra Das Gupta sir, Deputy Chairman Paradip Port. Their steadfast commitment to safety and operation excellence has been pivotal in positioning Paradip Port as a leader in the maritime sector. Their vision and encouragement have enabled us to host such a meaningful events, furthering the cause of safety in port operation. The workshop is not just about creating awareness but also about developing actionable solutions. This workshop is more than just an awareness building exercise. It is designed to provide practical solutions and framework that will empower all participants to strengthen safety measures at their respective ports. Once again, I welcome to you all participants. Your presence here today underscores the collective commitment to ensuring safety and improving standards across India's ports. We look forward to productive discussion and collaboration that will drive us closer to our shared goal of a safer maritime environment. Thanking you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. So it's I'd like to request Shri Sumit Roy, sir, CITS DG Fastly, to give the introductory address. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Shri Alok Mishra sir, Joint Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Labour and Employment and Director General of DG FASL. Shri P.L. Haranak sir, Chairman, Paradip Port Authority. Shri Professor B.C. Maikap sir, Head Chemical Engineering Department, IIT Kharagpur. Shri Neelabra Dasgupta sir, Deputy Chairman, Paradip Port Authority. All the distinguished guests gathered over here, expert speakers, industry experts and participants, my colleagues from DG FASL, press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. At the onset, I welcome one and all to this very important and crucial workshop, which is on safety in dockworks and with a special emphasis on the handling of hazardous chemicals across the port sector. This workshop is being organized by DG FASL in collaboration with Paradip Port Authority and with the technical support from IIT Kharagpur. So with the growing industrial landscape, the safety and health concerns are also paramount, and in particular if we talk of the dock work, which especially involving the hazardous chemicals, it has a very great significance. India's strategic location, if we go back to the ancient times, along the Indian Ocean, it has facilitated the emergence as a key player in the maritime trade. If we go in the ancient India, there have been some very key ports which have played a key role in the ancient Indian trade routes and serving as a bustling hubs for the exchange of goods. These ports, they have nurtured an extensive network of trade stretching across the Arabian Sea and beyond, and that is what makes our port sector very strategic. Today's workshop, it will provide the critical platform for all of us to address one of the most pressing challenges faced by the dock safety operations today, the safe handling of hazardous materials and the dangerous goods. As our seaports are vital to the country's trade and economy, managing over 95% of the country's trade volume, for maintaining their operational efficiency at our seaports, the safety of dock workers becomes the paramount importance. So being organized under the leadership of the Directorate General of Factory Advice Service and Labour Institutes and the Ministry of Labour and Employment, Government of India, we are conducting a series of workshops across all the major ports throughout the country. And this workshop is basically giving us a platform for exchanging of knowledge, for enhancing our safety protocols and addressing the complexities that are involved in handling of the hazardous materials in the dock environments. Handling of hazardous materials in the dock works is fraught with risks. These substances, which may include from flammable liquids to corrosive agents to toxic gases and even the biohazardous materials also, which are essential to the modern industry on the one hand, but also pose a serious danger to the human health and the environment. So as the handling of these hazardous materials are an absolute necessity, their safe handling becomes an absolute priority. So with that, I would just like to emphasize that we use this opportunity of today to leverage this platform, to leverage our efforts in making our dock works more important. And I invite each and every of the participants to make full use of this opportunity and views and make the most out of
Hello. Okay. Thank you, sir. So next, I'd like to request Professor B.C. Makeup sir from IIT Kharagpur to give the special address.
The distinguished dignitary sitting on the dais from Ministry of Labor and Employment, particularly that Chairman of Paradip Port Authority, Deputy Chairman of Paradip Port Authority, Mr. Sunil Roy from Ministry of Labor and Employment, Joint Secretary Mr. Alok Mishra who has joined online, Dr. Kunal Sharma, and all other attendees from the Ministry of Labor and Employment, all the industry participants, management, as well as the team of Paradip Port Authority, and all dignitaries as well as the delegates who are attending this particular workshop. Good morning to all of you and namaskar. So I am very glad to know that Ministry of Labor and Employment organized particular this workshop on the dock safety for handling cargo operations, particularly the hazardous materials, because in dock there are variety of the materials which they handle. It may be sometimes hazardous chemicals, or it may be non-hazardous chemicals also. But particularly for the hazardous chemicals, Ministry of Labor and Employment, they took the approach right in Kharagpur, and we are very honored to collaborate only to particular this aspect, because at IIT Kharagpur we deal with how different type of hazardous materials which need to be handled, what type of care should be taken, because when you are handling, when many cargoes are coming, sometimes although the information is known, what type of materials, mostly those are 4 type of materials which are responsible to be the hazardous chemicals, which may be used as the raw materials, it may be the product, it may be the intermediate raw materials, which are particularly that may be flammable materials, which include crude oil, different type of petrochemical products. It may be sometimes toxic materials which are highly toxicity characteristics. It may be different type of acids, inorganic acids, nitric, sulfuric acid, phosphoric acids, many things. Ammonia, those are the toxic materials. It may be sometimes different type of gases also which are handled, and some of the reactive materials. So when in the dock such materials are handled during the loading, unloading, transporting, you will find there is lot of issues when they are exposed to the different workers as well as the that engineers, those who are involved for the loading and unloading of the cargoes. At IIT Kharagpur we have chemical engineering department as well as Center of Excellence in Safety Science and Analytics, which deal with all the related activities of the fire and explosion. It may be chemical safety, it may be toxic gas released. Those are the different aspects where it is dealt in. The common problem in the dock area, you might have seen that when the loading and unloading of solid materials is being done, lot of dust may be generated due to loading and unloading. So sometimes, although all the precautions are taken, but still there is a chance many type of dust which are chemical hazards in nature, which may go through the upper respiratory tract of the human upper respiratory organs. They may cause severe problems. So those dusts, how to handle, although you have seen maybe port area, maybe dry fog system or the water spraying or it may be the, sometimes net system, etc. are used, but the workers, those who are working in the port area, their health is exposed to some extent because sometimes concentration of those dust, sometimes some hazardous chemical dusts, those may be also, come to the contact with the different type of organs of human health. Some of the chemicals sometimes, if it is, spill over or it is coming to the contact of the skin, it may burn. For example, one of the things is ammonia. There is many fertilizer plant in this area. Maybe IFCO is there, PPL is there, I am sure. The delegates from there also there. So, what is the dangerousness of this ammonia? So when it is spill over, it will, completely melt the skin. That type of scenario it may come if by chance, right, few flash of those things are coming in the picture. So the importance of the dog safety, is no doubt, no need to explain because it is almost very, very important for our all members, those who are working and the industry. So all chemical hazards as well as the hazardous chemicals need to be handled with much care. I will discuss those things in detail during my special technical talk. So I am sure that during this workshop there will be new regulations. It will be discussed. All the regulations are there in pen and paper, but how to implement, how it has the significance in the preventing the human health, those are very, very important. So during this workshop, those who are attending, the delegates from the port as well as the different industries, I am sure that by the sharing the knowledge as well as the common discussions, a general awareness will come which will try to improve the overall safety in the dock for the cargo handling, etc. So with these few words, I am very much thankful to Ministry of Ministry of Labour and Employment for inviting me and sharing my thoughts and be with all of you here. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. So I think Shri Alok Mr. Sir, who is the Joint Secretary and Director General of the DG Fastly, who is joined with us in virtually. Okay. So next, for the Presidential address, I'd like to request Shri P.L. Harna sir, the Chairman, Paradip Port Authority, to give. So now I'd like to request Shri Hazardous Gupta sir, the Deputy Chairman of PPA, to give the keynote address. Thank you.
Respected Chairperson, Paradip Port Authority, Shri P.L. Harnath, Shri Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary and Director General DG Fastly, Professor B.C. Mekap, IIT Kharagpur, Shri Sumit Roy, Chief Inspector DG Fastly, and Shri Mishra, Director DG Fastly, all distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you. I welcome you all to this workshop on dock safety and awareness and handling of hazardous goods. We at Paradip Port Authority, under the stewardship of our respected chairperson, are fully committed to absolute industrial safety measures and to take all steps to prevent, mitigate, and in the unfortunate incident of certain accidents, to effectively handle and take care of any industrial accident. Our commitment is towards absolute safety and zero loss to life, limb and industrial assets. ये बंद कर दो, आधे लोग दिख नहीं रहे. So the culture of safety, be it in the office premises, be it in industrial premises, be it in the field, has to be a culture. It has to be inculcated as a continuous effort, as a continuous measure. It cannot come in fits and starts. It cannot be done by reading a manual. It cannot be done by following certain checklists. It has to be something that has to be imbibed inside and has to follow as the first step that is taken before we undertake any industrial process. As always underlined by our chairperson here in Paradip and as shown by the results on the ground, our terminal operators, our stevedores, our shipping agents, our enforcement agencies and the port authorities are fully committed towards ensuring that strict adherence to all safety norms, be it wearing of PPEs, be it following the safety parameters, be it the initial safety checks that are required to be done, are continuously monitored, are continuously upgraded. Here I would like to commend the hard work and the contribution done by DG Fastly authorities who are here and work as a team with the port authorities. And I'm sure that today in this particular workshop, we will be able to utilize the interaction, we will be able to incubate new ideas, and we'll be able to underline and highlight the significance of dock safety measures, of industrial safety, and at the end of the day, I'm sure that we will have a whole lot of takeaways, which on behalf of the port, I would like to commit and pledge that we will follow in full earnest. I welcome you all again to this workshop and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Now I would like to request our chairman sir to give his presidential address.
Good morning to all of you. Mr. Nilabra Das Gupta, Deputy Chairman, Paradip Port Authority. Mr. Sumit Rai, the Dock Safety Inspector, DG Fastly, and Mr. Vipul Mishra, Director, DG Fastly, and Professor BC Makeup, Chemical Engineering, HOD, IIT Kharagpur, and all the officers from the DG Fastly as well as the Paradip Port Authority and various stakeholders of Paradip Port Authority and friends. First I must let me express my gratitude to DG Fastly for organizing this workshop, very important workshop at Paradip Port Authority. We are very, very thankful to you. I have always been thinking to improve the capacity. Capacity building exercise is the most important thing and management has to do, whether it is in operations, safety, business development, anything. So the DG Fastly has come forward to organize this workshop and this will go very, very useful for the employees and stakeholders of the Paradip Port Authority. In any organization, the safety is the most important thing. Without safety, no organization can function. Maybe it may function a day or two, but if a long term it has to sustain its operations, the safety is the foremost important thing. For the safety, there are 4 pillars on which the building called safety can stay comfortably. So one is the most important thing is, first is the awareness and training. Everybody who are working in the organization must be aware of the safety principles and they should be properly trained to handle various operations, though safety is not affected. Second important pillar is the equipment. So unless, just because simply an officer or employee is trained, he will not be able to ensure safety. So he has to be properly equipped. Essential equipment has to be there to ensure the safety. This is the management's responsibility. And third thing is the mock drills. In any safety organization, we must do mock drills of various disasters, various incidents which will hurt the employees in terms of operations, in terms of lives, and we should also judge ourselves whether we are equipped enough to handle it or not. So these are the very big mock drills are not to find fault but to correct ourselves. The fourth important pillar is, and how do you handle, if at all, by disaster happens. So that is the fourth important. These are the four pillars on which the safety rests, and each and every pillar is important, they are interconnected. So every organization must work on this. Paradip Port Authority, it is a huge organization. We have a huge harbor, and it is the, as people have already told, that is the #1 cargo handling port of the country. So large number of people work, regular employees, contractual employees, PPA operators, stevedores, dumper operations. A lot of things go on inside the port, but all these stakeholders must adhere to a common safety principles, failing which, so, and there will be huge, not only loss of life, but disturbance to operations also. So generally what happens is, operations always feel that, so safety is not so important, it is a minor part. But normally in India what happens is, if you see in a husband and wife, Indian couple, if you observe, the husband walks ahead, the wife follows. So the relationship at present is between operations and safety is like the Indian husband and Indian wife. But it should be like a European husband, European wife, hand in hand, it should go. So that is where, and the European, they are hand in hand they go, even if they are old, they are hand in hand they go, and then, but normally Indians you see that they walk ahead as if the husband is superior to the wife. So never our operation should feel that. So it is all part, and in Paradip Port we have taken certain steps. Of course they may not be adequate, and further I have ideas. #1 is, we have stopped all the four-wheelers going into the port. All the two-wheelers going to the port. Anybody who wants to enter, he has to enter only with four-wheelers. Second is, we have developed 52 kilometers of entire road stretch. We have 4-lane, and we have dividers we have put it, and then curbs we have made, greenery we have developed. So adequate road distance has to be there, adequate road width has to be there, and so that the people will not get congested. In such cases the safety is always compromised. Third thing is, now recently we have put that conveyorized sweeping machine also, so that if slurry, because what happens, a lot of dust happens, the scooper will put the water, and then this will form a slurry, and then it will slide and people will fall down. I have seen in Vizag port, and many of the two-wheelers go inside, and many accidents occur just by sliding. So we ensure that one is two-wheelers are banned, and second one is our roads we have widened, and third thing is we are cleaning the roads. We have been looking for the last 2 years to find out ways and means how to clean this muck. I discussed with so many people wherever, so many people have presented, but ultimately we found out one conveyorized machines, one we have acquired and second one we are about to take it. So these things will improve the cleanliness inside the port, which will contribute to safety also. Fourth thing is, we have ensured that the CSF commandant is sitting is, he will not allow anybody without a proper PPE, without a helmet, proper dress and shoes, without that, he will not be allowed inside. Otherwise, there is always a tendency for the people who are working, especially, to go without a proper PPEs. So PPEs have been distributed, and we have told them that if somebody is not having, and the port is providing free of cost. And secondly, recently, this year itself, we have ensured that we have made it mandatory for all the contractual employees who are working inside the port, of course regular employee, this is already there, that they should undergo mandatory health checkups. That health checkups free of cost we are providing. Never ever in the history, I worked in 3-4 ports, and no port had this facility of providing a free health checkup for the contractual employees. We are the first. And Paradip, in the history, we were first time we started it. And because this ignition has come from that 1 or 2 laborers who are working and had heart attacks, and then they died because of they never bothered about the health in the process of their work. So that's why every contractual employee or regular employee, already it is there, they will go mandatory health checkups, and from top to bottom blood test, heart, kidney, everything will be checked, a report will be given, and contractual employees can go to ESI. People were not coming forward. I have seen that people were not coming forward to get themselves checked up. Because nobody wants, in India, nobody wants to know that what are the ailments inside his body. So we told that if you do not, deadline we have given, if you do not get yourself checked up, and then your pass will be stopped. So now almost I think 99.99% we have covered. Then we are going to develop a trauma care center. So it's such a huge organization, we have so many industries nearby. We don't have a proper trauma care center in case of accident occurs to handle these accidents and who are the victims of that accidents. So we are going to invite the best hospitals of the country to participate. Already the building is ready, the tender is already on, and a few bidders have come, and the best hospital will be given the job of handling the trauma care. We have the India's second best firefighting unit, that is handled by CSF. Last year, for the year 23-24, they have been adjudged as the 23-24 adjudged as the number 2 best, second best firefighting unit of the country. So they have most modern firefighting equipment. We are handling a lot of chemicals, petrochemicals, all the explosives. So that is there. And so a lot of activities are happening inside the port, but they are not enough. As a part of training is concerned, regular employees are being covered under training, but the contractual employees are yet to be covered under training. So my next step will be, I requested our dock safety officer also, as well as along with our safety officers, you devise one capsule. People are working railway, people are coupling में problem आ रहा है, then truck driving में problem आ रहा है, what are the precautions to be, dumper operation में problem हो सकता है, mooring में problem हो सकता है, so different activities. So various activities you outline and then identify what kind of capsule. That's basically they require a training in the local Oriya language, number 1, and they should have a practical training. Suppose if you 1 week capsule if you devise, so morning 2-3 hours you tell in Oriya, some good teachers you bring from instructors who will instruct on the various safety principles and the consequences of non-adherence to these safety principles, all these things. Then in the evening you take them and show them practically how to do it. You are doing like this, coupling, you should not do like this, you should do like this. So like this for railway operations, mooring operation, different operations, whatever happens, everything has to be covered. This capsule we develop, then we will ensure that we will identify all the players who have to attend which capsule. Then we will give the timings. So maybe we will give 6 months time. 6 months time you should get yourself registered and get a certificate of the training, that you have completed the training. Failing which, I will stop the pass. I will stop the pass. I will not allow a person who is not aware of the rules of the safety into my port. This actually I got the idea, it is not my own idea, I got idea from Antwerp. Antwerp port when I visited, Antwerp port mein, anybody who wants to work in the Antwerp port, there is a training institute. There is a 1-year course, of course, here we cannot implement that, there is a 1-year course. So every activity a person has to enter a port, he has to first go and get registered in the institute and he has to complete that 1-year course, he has to pass. There is exams also. He has to pass and he has to take the certificate. After the certificate is issued only, he will be allowed even to drive a truck inside the port also, he has to pass through the institute. So that is the best thing, but of course, since already the employees are there, we cannot recruit new people. It will lead to unemployment and labor unrest. So existing labor co, we will train them, and then we will ensure that at least they know how to do the work, what they are doing today, scientifically, systematically, safely, how they are doing it. So these kind of things, let us start, and immediately maybe next financial by April, if our team and CM is there, Nahak, please lead this exercise, come out with a proper capsule and which will be implementing on our own, and then we will ensure that every continuously, if you, it's not an issue, you can have a best classrooms I will provide all the equipment required, furniture required, AC bana denge, wo sab kar denge. It is not a big thing for a port to give all the required assistance to you. Come out that, and let us start this process first time in India by any non-major port, any port probably will start. It will go a long way in improving the safety of the port dock safety. So with this I'll close because I have another VC with the Korean delegation at 11:30. I'll leave. But this workshop will be very, I hope this will be very fruitful, and then will be productive, and it will create the awareness that is required, and for the dock safety and for handling the explosive chemicals, otherwise also. And because of life is the most precious thing. Ultimately, whom for you work for your family, not for any organization, frankly speaking. First thing, we have to take care of our family, so we should ensure that, and we remain fit, and we remain committed for the family. So that's you should keep in mind, and safety is the first priority for any organization. After that, only everything. So I thank DG firstly and all the Mr. Sumit Roy and his team for organizing this workshop here. And then, in fact, I wanted to have a bigger workshop also. I already told him yesterday that if you want to organize in Paradip in a bigger scale also, including all the industries here, so we are ready to provide all kind of assistance to you. And thank you so much for all that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So now the time for felicitation and give the memento to our dignitaries on the dais. So first, I would like to request Shri PL Hazardous to Chairman Paradip Port Authority to give the memento. Professor BC Makeup, sir. Razoda Tali, thanks to give your precious time for this workshop inauguration. Next, I would like to request to Shri Nilavra Dasgupta sir, Deputy Chairman PPA, to present the memento to Shri Sumit Roy sir, CIJS. Next, I would like to request to Shri Susil Chandra Nahak sir, CME, to give the memento Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra sir, Director, DG Fastly. So now the time we are coming to the end of this inauguration meeting. So thank you so much to everyone, and on the behalf of DG Fastly and PPA, I'd like to thanks to each and everyone who have been given your precious time for this first inauguration meeting and for this workshop. So before ahead for the high tea, now we have the group photograph. So I request to everybody, please, I think outside में होगा, तो यहाँ पे तो पहले हम लोग ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ लेते हैं, फिर उसके बाद हम लोग हाई टी के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं. एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ऑन द टाइस ऑफ द टाइस जितने सारे हमारे डेलीगेट्स हैं, आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहती हूँ फॉर दिस मीटिंग. थैंक यू सो मच. I just request to everyone, the high chairs are this side, the backup side, and please take your high tea in shortly because after then we have the technical section. So please become here as soon as possible.
कितने बजे मुझे सॉरी 11:20 ऑलरेडी 11:45
Okay, I just request everyone by 11:45 we will start the first technical section. So please आप लोग थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी जाके अपने height ले लीजिएगा. By 11:45 we must have to be everybody out here. Okay, thank you.
At the major port functioning under DG Fastly. We will deliberating on the national and the international framework that is available for occupational safety and health, and a brief overview of the dock work legislation that is applicable on OSH in our country. Next slide, please. So about DG Fastly, the Directorate General of Factory Advice Service and Labor Institutes, we are basically a multidisciplinary technical arm. So we are basically a multidisciplinary technical arm of the Ministry of Labour and Employment under the Government of India, and interested with the task of assisting the ministry in the formulation of the national policies on occupational safety and health in the factories and the docks. And DG Fastly carries out its function for the factories part through the 6 labor institutes. The entire country we have divided into 6 zones. So each zone is being taken care of by our labor institutes, which are situated at Mumbai, Kanpur, Kolkata, Chennai, Faridabad and Shillong. And apart from this, we are having the 11 inspectorates of the dock safety. So this is basically how we are administering the act. The 11 major ports basically divided into the 3 regions. We have the Mumbai region, Chennai region and the Kolkata region. Under the Mumbai region, we are having the Mumbai port, our Deen Dayal, Kandla, Jawaharlal port and the Marmugao. Similarly for Chennai region, the Chennai port, New Mangalore port, Chindamnath port at Tuticorin and the Cochin port. And the Kolkata region, we are having the Kolkata port, which includes Haldia Dock Complex also, Visakhapatnam and the Paradip port. So friends, talking of the national framework that is available, I think each one of us, we are very much aware this is the apex legislation through which the country is governed, that is the Constitution of India. And under this Constitution, there are the directive principles basically which contains the directions or which is giving the advice to the governments to which direction the policies of the government should be guided. So when we go through this Constitution, we find that under Article 21 of the Constitution, it provides that it seeks for the protection of life and liberty, that is right to life and health. The Article 39E of the Constitution, it says that the government has to ensure that the health and strength of the workers, they are not abused. Article 42, it seeks to ensure that the states mean the appropriate governments, okay? So the government shall make provision for securing just and humane conditions of work. And similarly, Article 43A, to secure the participation of workers in the management of undertakings, establishments, and other organizations engaged in any industry. So the Government of India, based on these directive principles, is committed to regulate all economic activities for the management of safety and health risk at the workplace. So the entire legal framework of occupational safety and health is framed on the framework of the constitutional provisions, and the Ministry of Labour and Employment is interested basically with the enactment of all the OSH, all the occupational safety and health legislations which are concerning the workers. They may be in the various different sectors, maybe the manufacturing sector, the construction, the mining or the dock works. So all these are governed, and apart from this, certain aspects of safety not related in particular to the workers but related in particular to certain dangerous activity or any substance that has been framed by the various ministries of the Government of India. Like you say, we have the Boilers Act or the Petroleum Act, the Explosive Act, right? So these are the various other legislation that is available. Just 2 minutes. We can just resolve the technical issue. Escape करके वापस. Anyway, you can just keep listening till such time. So, talking of the, especially the dock workers legislation which is available in our country, it is basically, yeah, thank you. It is basically governed by the Dock Workers Safety, Health and Welfare Act of the 1986 and the subordinate rules and regulations that has been framed under this act, 1990. So, briefly, what is this act, what it provides for? The safety, health and welfare measures for the dock workers who are engaged in dock work, like loading, unloading, movement and storage of goods in the ports. What are the safety provisions for dock workers? Handling of dangerous goods, we will go into details in the subsequent slides. Use of PPEs, appointment of safety officers, reporting of the accidents and the dangerous occurrences, and enforcement of this act is with DG Parsley in all the major ports. And we have the regulations which is basically supplementing this act. Under this act, the regulations have been framed, and which is basically a technical regulation going into in-depth for each and every activity that is carried under the dock operations. So basically it is supplementing the act, and it includes the regulation of handling of the dangerous goods, speaks about the safety of the lifting machinery, say the lifting appliances, the loose gears, emergency medical care for the workers, proper lighting, that is illumination, housekeeping requirements, and the regulations also is framed by the, is enforced by the DG Parsley in the major ports. Apart from this regulation, we are having the manufacture, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules, which is basically framed under the Environmental Protection Act. And it basically regulates the handling, storage, import of hazardous chemicals, including the dangerous goods. Identification, classification of hazardous chemicals has been provided. There is a provision for preparing the on-site and off-site emergency plans, carrying out regular safety audits and reporting of the chemical accidents. Regulation of the dangerous goods handling, and enforcement is by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, but for the major ports, the enforcement is with the DG Parsley through the inspectorates of the dock safety. Apart from that, there are certain other acts and rules which are in some way or the other regulating the handling of the hazardous goods. So if we come to the Central Motor Vehicle rules, it makes that every driver should be mandatorily trained, especially trained for handling a particular type of a dangerous good. Vehicles should be certified, and emergency response procedures in case of which otherwise also the stowage and segregation of incompatible goods, means those goods which should not be kept together because of such, their nature is like that, if they kept together, they will create certain unsafe situation or unsafe condition. So need not be stored together. Emergency procedures are listed for dealing with the dangerous goods on board the ships, and enforcement is by the DG Shipping. We have the International Maritime Dangerous Goods IMDG code, which is adopted in India, which is actually setting the international standard for the transport of dangerous goods by sea. And basically it contains the classification of the dangerous goods into 9 classes. There are emergency response guidelines also under this code, and enforcement again by the DG Shipping. The Indian Ports Act is also otherwise regulating the operation of and safety in the Indian ports, and there are provisions under this act for handling of the dangerous goods in the ports, and enforcement is by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Petroleum Act and the rules framed thereunder, the enforcement is by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and under this rule also there are measures, safety measures for handling of the flammable petroleum. And the Explosive Act and the rules thereunder, again, there is a provision for proper licensing and regulation of the explosive materials, and also provision for the safe storage and transport of explosives, and enforcement is with the PESO, that is the Petroleum Explosive Safety Organization. And I think all of us, we are aware of the ILO. It is a specialized agency of the United Nations, the International Labour Organization, which is basically a body which is framing the international standards, labor standards. And ILO Convention number 32, which is for the Protection Against Accidents Dockers Convention, under Article 12, it says that the national laws, regulations on proper protection of the workers when they have to deal with or work in proximity to goods which are themselves dangerous to life, they need to be regulated, and accordingly the national legislations should be updated in line with this. And then ILO Convention 152, Occupational Safety and Health in Dock Work, it under Article 32 provides that the dangerous goods shall be packed, marked, labeled, handled, stored in accordance with the relevant requirements of the international regulations applying to the transport of dangerous goods by water. And adequate measures shall be taken to prevent exposure of workers to toxic or harmful substances or agents or oxygen deficient of flammable atmospheres. And there are some of the conventions wherein I find that there are concerns that has been raised, and they have addressed those concerns in some way or the other, like the SOLAS Convention, which provides that the carriage of dangerous goods in packaged form shall be in compliance with the IMDG code, we just now discussed. The Maritime Labour Convention, basically it is from the ILO, the necessary information on the nature of the substances, the risk involved, the necessary PPEs, the relevant medical procedures, and the specific antidotes should be made available to the seafarers. The code itself is regulating IMDG code, the maritime transport of dangerous goods, and also prescribing the list of the dangerous goods. And the MARPOL Convention, which is the guideline basically for reporting of incidents involving dangerous goods, harmful substances, and the marine pollutants. So coming to our act and the regulation, for the dangerous goods part, under regulation 2H of the Dock Worker Safety, Health and Welfare Regulation of 1990, the dangerous goods has been defined that any sort of a cargo which is either an explosive, having the property of explosiveness or inflammability, radioactivity, toxicity, corrosiveness, or which are otherwise having similar characteristic, which may cause injury or adversely affect the human system, loss of life or property while handling, transporting, shipping or storing, needs to be addressed as dangerous goods. And other substances also, which is may be classified by any international or national standards, they also need to be covered under this definition. And this is the schedule which is given, prescribed under regulation number 76. We have prescribed total 9 categories, broad categories of the dangerous goods. So you can find the number 1 is the explosives, then we have the gases, inflammable liquids. Category 4 has 3 subcategories, the inflammable solids. The inflammable solids or substances liable to spontaneous combustion, inflammable solid or substances which in contact with water will emit flammable gases. Similarly, the category 5 divided into 2 classes, oxidizing substances and organic peroxides. And category 6 classified into the toxic substances and infectious substances. Category 7 is the radioactive substances, 8 is corrosive substances, 9 is the miscellaneous dangerous substances, which is not covered in any of the above 8 categories, but their experience have shown that these have been dangerous in some or the other form. They should be classified under the class 9. So when we go into our dock workers regulations, you will find there is a set of regulations which is regulating a particular set of activity or some equipment which is otherwise involved in dock work. So if we go from regulation 9 to 18, it talks of the safety of working places. So some of the key highlights which we can draw from these regulations, that you need to have a clean, there should be, the floor should be non-slipping, stumbling or a falling hazard. you have to fence the dangerous places like your ditches, your pits, your trenches, and any hazardous opening. Railings and fencing should be at least 1 meter in height with toe board at least 15 centimeters high. The staging that you build at times should be sound, properly maintained, and for the staging which is more than 2.5 meter high from the ground level, it should be used, the worker should be using the safety belt with lifelines while working on these stagings, and no two workers is allowed at a time on the same staging. Life-saving appliances for the rescue from drowning, that should be provided. All areas should be properly illuminated, and the prescribed values are for general illumination for any corridors or passageways which are otherwise not continuously occupied. You need to have minimum 10 lux of illumination, and where work is being carried out, you need to have minimum 25 lux of illumination. Adequate fire protection and protection from the harmful effects of excessive noise. A schedule has been prescribed under Schedule 7. You get how much quantity of noise is allowed for what much duration of the exposure. So, then going further, if for regulating the safety in the warehouses, the regulation number 19 to 23, it provides that all the warehouses should be of sound construction. Maximum load that can be borne by the floor per square meter, that should be displayed at the conspicuous places. Your staircase should be provided with substantial handrails. There should be means of escape in case of fire. Similarly, going ahead for regulating the means of access, from regulation 24 to 20, means of access means when you are going from the shore to the ship or from one ship to the other vessel. So what are the provisions? So safe means of access should be provided to the ship, your accommodation ladder or the gangway, and it should not be less than 55 centimeters wide, and should be of sound material and good condition, maintained in good condition. Access between the ship and any other vessel should be adequate, and safe means of access should be provided. And numerical prescription comes that when the level of depth between the deck to the bottom of the hold exceed 1.5 meter. In that case, you have to provide safe means of access, and if there are any man hatches to be provided, it should be at least 60 by 60 centimeter. Similarly, regulation number 39 is focusing on dangerous and the harmful environment, which says that any hold which carries explosive, poisonous, noxious or gaseous cargoes, or any fumigated cargo or condition of asphyxiation may arise due to their storage, those places to be certified safe for carrying out dock work. Means before going for the dock work, it should be certified that such places are safe to work. Similarly, regulation 40 to 56 is on lifting appliances and lifting gears, wherein it is mentioned that all lifting appliances shall be of good construction, maintained in good repair, and efficient brakes should be provided capable of preventing fall of a suspended load, and this loose appliance should be able to be controlled easily. It should be tested and examined, and schedule 1 of the regulation prescribes that you find the entire set of guidelines that how these LALGs need to be tested and examined. And further provides for, you should be having the automatic load indicator of SWL capable of warning the operators. SWL means the safe working load. So the operator can be warned, and the ship shall carry the current certified rigging plans. Similarly, going for lifting appliances, lifting gear from regulation number 40 to 56, all lifting gears shall be of good construction, maintained in good repair. Chains, when you are using, if there is an increase in length, that increase exceeds 5% of the total length, that chain should be discarded, not to be used. If you are using any magnetic device for lifting of the cargoes for handling, then in that case, the voltage fluctuation should not be more than 10%. And all these LGs need to be again examined and tested as per the Schedule 1 provision. And for wire ropes, the provision is that when the total number of visible broken wires, they exceed 10% of the total number of wires. When the broken wires exceed 10% of the total number of wires, in that case, in a wire length of 8 diameters, then this rope should not be used, it should be discarded. Similarly, you need to maintain a register of the periodic tests and examinations that you are carrying out, the form for which has been prescribed, and every lifting appliance and every item of the lifting gears should be clearly marked with the safe working load. It should be clearly legible and visible, and anyone should be able to see it, and never should be loaded beyond the SWL, and no chain or wire rope having any knots, it should be used in the dock work. Coming to handling of the dangerous goods, which again is a focus area for us today, regulation number 77 to 82 is on handling of the dangerous goods, which provides for that, like for loading and unloading of these dangerous goods, they should be handled and stored under supervision, suitably packed and labeled. The dock workers should be informed on the nature and the special precautions in the handling such dangerous goods. The dock workers should be provided with the PPEs, especially trained dock workers, only to handle if in case there are any chemical spillages or spillages of the hazardous substances. Any incompatible dangerous goods shall not be stored together. Similarly, for explosive and inflammable cargoes, the risk of explosion from any electrical equipment is there when you have to make the circuit dead, and should be using only the non-sparking tools for carrying out work in such an atmosphere. You need to have adequate measures if you are receiving the fumigated cargo and the corrosive substances. And if ever you encounter or you are required to handle the broken or the leaking containers, so in that case, if cargo is producing a dangerous gas or vapor, you should be using the respiratory PPEs, areas should be well ventilated, and if the cargo is corrosive, you need to have suitable absorbent or neutralizing material to be used in the cleaning. Spillage or leakage of the dangerous goods and damage to their containers should be reported to the Inspector of Dock Safety, that is prescribed under Regulation 91(4)F. Any accident which is taking place should be reported as prescribed under Regulation number 91. The reporting of accidents causing loss of life or disablement or a person from work for the rest of the day, and reporting of dangerous occurrences. Total basically 7 classes of dangerous occurrences has been prescribed, out of which one of the dangerous occurrence is the spillage or leakage of the dangerous goods and damage to their containers. This should be invariably reported whether it is followed by death, disablement or not. Means in case there is no injury, even in case there is no injury, you need to report such type of incidents. So thank you very much, friends, and if there are any questions, I am open for that. Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was absolutely power-packaging Ruchi. So now we are moving ahead for the section 2. The section 2 is risk mitigation strategies. So the topic is managing dust, flammable gases, and incompatible materials in hazardous cargo materials. So on this topic, the presenter is coming here and none other than Professor B.C. Mehta from IIT Kharagpur. So let's welcome him on the dais with a huge round of applause.
Putundra? Huh? इसको घूमने
So thank you very much for the nice introduction, madam. And today I will discuss about the, something related to the managing and handling of hazardous chemicals during the cargo operations. So whenever you have some questions or anything, you can stop me at any time because we are habituated with that. So I will be love to, handle any doubts or the questions from you also. So when this dog handles various solid, liquid or gaseous hazardous materials, it may be chemicals during the loading, unloading of the cargoes, and these chemical materials are used as raw material, intermediate products or sometimes the finished products, and nearby industries they use the dock facilities to use such activities. As you know, it may be the crude oil, it may be the iron ore, it may be the ammonia, it may be the any type of acid, it may be fertilizer, many things are imported and exported, so that is being handled by that. So the inherent properties of many chemicals sometimes causes accident in dock due to the following properties: insufficient information about the chemical hazards which handling in the dock operations, particularly the staffs as well as the worker, poor design of the equipments. Sometimes you will find that whatever the equipment is used, we can say that there may be different type of corrosion, erosion, right, due to the deformation, and that may not give the adequate safety measures. As a result, it may lead to this poor design may lead to the accident also, and inadequate trained personnel, that also may lead. Now, as per the Environmental Protection Agency criteria for defining the hazardous, materials, as Mr. Sumit Rao, Chief Inspector, he has already explained some of the things. So, in developing the criteria for defining a hazardous materials, EPA had to take into account of the following. That means toxicity, persistence, how much time it will present, and degradability in the nature, potential for accumulation in the tissue or the living organism, and other factors such as flammability, corrosiveness, and other hazardous characteristics which will come later. So these are the typical cargoes which handled by the Paradip port, and out of this, that red color which is indicated, it has some sort of dangerous properties or the hazardous properties which need special care, and rest which is in the that black font, that is not that much dangerous. So the materials which is handled just like your crude oil, petroleum, oil and lubricants, fertilizer, raw materials, that means phosphoric acid, ammonia, sulfuric acid, sulfur, phosphate rock, thermal coal itself is also a hazard, because sometimes in the dock area, when coal is stored in the bulk area or for the maybe through railway or whatever the way it is transported, when coal is stored for the long time, there is a chance for auto ignition or the auto firing. That means due to the weather conditioning and slow reaction between carbon present in the coal plus oxygen, it will form the carbon dioxide, which is a exothermic reaction. Once the exothermic reaction starts, then what will happen? Your temperature from 25, it will go to 30, 35, 40. This way what is happening? That every 10 degree rise in temperature will result in, double the rate. So accelerated way that combustion will take place, and sometimes you will get some sort of smoke or, auto ignition temperature it will reach, and then the fire and explosions it may start. So although as such it is not that much dangerous, but its consequence due to the auto ignition or the spontaneous combustion
may result in that. So that's why I have mentioned about the thermal coal. Then the chrome work, as you know, sometimes the chromium, particularly the hexavalent chromium, how it is dangerous. There is lot of, disease which are associated with the chromium 6, those who are handling for that. Similarly for the coking coal, hard coal, and the fertilizer, gypsum, already I mentioned that since it handles various type of, chemicals. These are the properties of the hazardous materials, particularly for the chemical properties, which is very, very important. So, beside the other properties, these 4 properties is very, very important for any type of chemical hazards. So, what are those? First is the ignitable materials. Ignitable materials are those which may ignite. It may be the wood, it may be the coal, it may be the flammable gases. In short, any material which contains carbon, hydrogen, bearing compounds, it may be, ignitable materials. Sometimes subclass is the flammable materials, right? Flammable gases and the liquids. So all will come this ignitable materials. That means if in presence of the source of the oxidizing agent, it may be peroxides, it may be the oxygen, it may be the normal air, and then you need one of the, that heat energy, it may be some sort of spark, it may be, exothermic reactions, it may be the external flame. So those may lead to the, first is the, combustion, where the flame will fall, and then it may lead to the explosion if it is happening in a confined space. So initially you will find a small flame will be there, and if quantity of the material is huge, then it will give the explosion. And what are those conditions, how it can be prevented, those things I will come little later. Next is the corrosive materials. As you know that materials which are particularly different type of acids and alkalis, which may, corrode the material of construction sometimes, although we are using the different type of materials for the transport, storage and the handling of such chemicals. It may be any inorganic acids, any inorganic, acid, even organic acids, alkalis, those are all corrosive liquids. So corrosive liquids, they will react with the material of constructions, and then slowly, maybe, few micron level degradation of the material will happen per maybe, year. Then what will happen, slowly material will be corroded, and then sometime will come when there will be leakage and something may spill out and something may come out. So those are the corrosiveness of the materials. Next is the reactive materials. So reactive materials are those which will react immediately. So it depends on actually what is the total, maybe the, we can say that enthalpy content and delta H, how much is there, so that if the reaction where del G gives free energy, it will be negative, then only it will be a spontaneous reaction. So for the spontaneous reactions, what you need, that let me to give one simple example so that it will be clear to you. Sometimes, students, they are using handling the liquid metal just like the sodium. If by mistake, we know water is a, simple utility, right, which we drink, which is used for many purposes in the industry. So generally water is used for the cleaning, washing, many things. So if by chance sodium material is coming into contact with the water, right, by mistake, then what will happen? Immediately it will catch fire and explosion will take place. This is due to the formation of the hydrogen with the sodium. So this is the very first reaction. I mean, anyone, if you have by chance any experience or not, I have my own experience. I have seen that one student, when we are doing the engineering, by mistake, one small, weight of sodium, maybe less than 500 milligram, he was using the tap water. So immediately, it was catch fire, and that the test tube where he kept it, it is immediately burst. So if the quantity of the reactive materials which are kept for the larger amount, and if the spontaneous reaction which is happening, then there will be fire, explosion and risk to the people as well as the worker. So that is very, very important, and that's why, as you know, that sodium is stored under some other liquid which is non-reactive, that means kerosene. So that's why the kerosene is used, so that it will not react at all. Next is the toxic chemicals. Many chemicals which we dealt are toxic in nature. That means if in small dose, small amount of the materials we are consuming it by different way, then it may give the fatal, it may lead to the acute diseases, and it may lead to the even death. So that's why we have the two quantity to define it: toxicity, mostly the insecticides, pesticides, poisons, right? Those are associate these toxic characteristics. You have heard the name of the arsenic, potassium cyanide. So those are the toxic materials. So there are many toxic materials which need to be care a lot, because it depends on its lethal dose. So one term is there, this lethal dose, that means lethal dose part, it will come. Anyway, I will come to type of things is there, that means lethal dose LD50, which indicates that when some milligram of the toxic materials is injected to the body of the experimental animal, it is not the human, but sometimes you will find that maybe rats and other animals, this type of poisons are tested and the lethal dose is found out. So LD50 means that when X quantity of material, X milligram per kg of the body mass, when you go for the doctor first see what is your physical conditions of your health. So particularly when baby, for the children, when they visit to the doctor, they take the weight. If it is a newborn, maybe 4 months, 5 months. Why they do? Because they want to take the weight of the body and find out how much quantity of the particular medicine is required. That means milligram per kg of the body mass. So similarly, this lethal dose, I will come to this slide later. Since I am discussing something, let me to go to the next slide. Yes, this lethal dose LD50 has come. LD50 will indicate that 50% of the tested animal will die. That is the milligram per kg of the body mass of the tested species. That will give the lethal dose LD50. So when we are handling and deciding through the different process, it may come to our human health, and we should be very careful what is the lethal dose. So obviously, if LD50 is few gram, we will be very happy. But if it is coming in, very lesser milligram, then it is very, very dangerous. Even 0.1, 0.01, then again it is much more dangerous. So let me go back, then I will come to this one. So these are the, hazardous chemical properties. That means ignitability, corrosivity, reactivity and toxicity. Ignitable materials are petrochemicals and refinery products. Example are ignitable chemicals, that means crude oil, petroleum products, coal dust, solvent, friction sensitive substances, etc. Corrosives are phosphoric acid, sulfuric acid, ammonia, fertilizers, acids, chloroalkali, inorganic basic chemicals. And corrosive waste, sometimes it may be the battery wastes, even lead acid battery. Those are the example of the corrosive materials. And reactive materials I have already mentioned, where there is a chances of generation of the fume or the different type of gases. So regarding the toxic materials, as it is mentioned, that pesticides and the paints are harmful or fatal when ingested or absorbed. So there are list of these toxic materials which are listed at a selected group of 8 heavy metals. That means chromium, nickel, cadmium, lead, etc. 10 pesticides and 22 organic chemicals are classified as the hazardous toxic materials due to their toxicity characteristics. And any detectable amount of these chemicals must be identified on the either hazardous waste level or hazardous chemical level. So here whatever that I have mentioned, organic chemicals, that PNT2, whatever it is present, it is the, parent or the mother chemicals. It is not that all products. Say for example, we use the soap, right, which is the sodium salt of different type of, glycerols, etc. But in the soap, in the market, you will get variety of the soaps. Maybe it is Sunlight, maybe it is Synthol, maybe it is Lifebuoy. Many brands are coming. So similarly, in the market, for different type of, whatever the organic chemicals, that is the mother chemicals which I am talking, and there may be thousands of products which will come under this toxic materials. Yes. Now, hazardous chemicals and materials handling at cargoes. Cargoes containing the powders, dust during the loading or unloading of the solid bulk cargoes, flammable, toxic and poisonous or corrosive cargoes, fumigated cargoes for treatment their uses of the poisonous gas to restore grain or food, sometimes for the prevent of the different type of insects, etc. Fumigation is required for the cargoes. So when the fumigation is done, then there is a chance that some hazardous chemicals are used, and that may lead to the contamination of the human health. Gases formed due to the decomposition or bacterial action of some of the solid bulk cargoes in the hold. So some of the cargoes where it may found that it may contain something which may lead to the foul gases of the hydrogen sulfide and other gases. If it is related to the biological degradable, maybe the fish or the meat, sometimes those type of cargoes it may happen. And exhaust emission from the different engines, so whatever the engines which are used in the cargoes. Common systems used in cargoes are for storage, handling, loading and unloading, transportation by conveyor mechanized methods, and the pipelines. These are the three ways, right, where materials is transported from one place to another way in the cargoes, although there may be other methods also. It depends on what type of materials it is. These are the different type of way by which the diseases which may come to the human health. So those are by these three mechanisms, that hazardous chemicals which are handled in cargo, it may come to the human health. So these methods are, number one, ingestion. That means sometimes when the workers, they are in hungry, even we are, right, what we will do, instead of washing our hand, we will do this thing, we will do, and we will try to eat it. Now in the room nothing will be there, but when those who are handling the toxic materials, poisonous materials, even what if in the fingers, right, something is touched, that is very, very dangerous. So that is the way that directly it is coming to your mouth through the ingestion, right, through the food only. If that thing is coming, then this is known as the ingestion. Inhalation means if some gases or the vapors which is generated during the cargo operations, you will find different type of dust, different type of gases, vapors, they may come to the environment, where even you can find that where the maybe from the cargoes through the pipeline, different the crude or the petroleum products are being transported, you can observe some smell is coming. Even in the petrol pump, you can get some smell which is coming. What are those? Nothing but the different type of hydrocarbons, and that's why that smell is coming. In the similar manner, in cargo operations, that nearby environment, it may contain volatile organic compounds which are in the ambient air. So if they are present in the ambient air, through our upper respiratory tract, when we inhale something, through that it will come, it will deposit in our lungs, and it may cause different type of diseases associated with the particular hazardous chemicals. Next one is the skin contacts. Sometimes when the workers, they handle such type of hazardous materials, it may be in contact with the skin, although the personal protective devices, they must be used, but sometimes incidentally, accidentally, or whatever the way it may, come to the skin contact. As you know that if it is different type of acids, it may be nitric acid, phosphoric acid, sulfuric acid, even the alkalis, sulfur dioxide, ammonia, if they are coming in contact with the skin, that immediately color of the skin will, change, it will sometimes melt. Let me to give one example of the matter related to ammonia, right? And why refrigeration system is used in the fertilizer plant for the storing the ammonia. Because sometimes what happens, let me to give one simple practical example. In our laboratory, there is one 500 ml only ammonia bottle, 500 ml at IIT Kharagpur. So there were two staff, just like one senior staff just like me, and one junior staff technical staff who joined maybe, 2 to 3 years back. So as a senior, always I will get the work done through a junior. So I asked him, okay, you open this ammonia bottle. So what he did the correct thing, take one, screwdriver, and he put the ammonia bottle in such a way that he is defending himself. So like this manner he was attempting, and going through screwdriver, it was open. That flash of ammonia completely went to the old gentleman who is much senior. You can't imagine what is the condition, that entire, face as well as this eye, it was completely molten condition. Although that, that showering etc. is done, ambulance is sent, but particularly he could survive. That is a good luck for him as well as us, but he lost his eye. It was so severe, even though for half an hour he was showering with the water, right? It is complete, eye was complete, it was melted, just like the plastic is melted, similar thing. So all chemical hazards or chemical property is so dangerous that if little bit scope is given, it may give to the fatal, right? Sometimes the fire, sometimes the explosion, and sometimes this type of accident, which is not desirable, but accident is accident, it may happen anytime. So through skin contact, it may also come to the human health of the human, body. Next is the different pathways I have already mentioned. So these are the pathways how those will come, and particularly that inhalation part in confined spaces, if the fumes and other vapors are present, that is much more dangerous, and many people, we are always associated with this inhalation part, which is very common. Other causes for accident or the injuries are, this is drowning or inadequate access to the safety equipment, unsecured loads, noise, slips, trips and the falls, which are the other, other reasons for the different type of accidents or the injury in the port. It is not part of the chemical hazard part. Although routes of migration, it may come through the groundwater, surface water, air and direct contact of the ingestion. So when some spillage or something will be there, it may go to the groundwater, surface water, it may contaminate, and finally so it may contaminate the groundwater as well as the surface water, and finally where you will go if some spillage, some toxic materials is coming to the environment, and that water it is recycling, right? Water is not coming from the God. Whatever the water you are discharging, you thought that you discharge it and it is safer, but please remember, when you throw something toxic materials, even the rechargeable battery of the maybe mobile phone or the maybe the camera 3 years back, it is the nickel cadmium batteries, how dangerous it is. So what we used to do, let us to throw it somebody else's garden because our premises is safe, but ultimately it will mix with the soil, and it will, during rainy season, it will go to the contaminate the surface water, and from there same water will go to the river, and river water we are again pumping for the supply water. So that is the life cycle, how each and every contaminated materials is coming. Next is coming to the air. Air means it is the overall ambient environment. So when any hazardous chemicals or the materials which is dealt in the dock area or the port area, those will go to the in the vapor form, as I mentioned, as a volatile organic component. And if the chemicals just like benzene, toluene, xylene, some chemicals are in vapor form, then what will happen? They have the carcinogenic effect. That means cancer causing effect will be there. Similarly, when those chemicals go into the vapor phase as the volatile organic component, automatically it will come to your upper respiratory tract through the nose, because they will mix with the ambient air, then it will be diluted after certain distance. When there will be travel of the plume or something will come, because in the port area, particularly when high wind velocity turbulence will be there, it will mix and it will lower the ultimate concentration, but at the beginning, since the concentration will be more, it will cover with the upper respiratory tract just like lungs, etc., and it will give a particular coating which is much more dangerous, because overall tidal volume, that means total quantity of the oxygen bearing air, how much it will take the intake, that thing will reduce. So that is where it will come. And the direct contact and inhalation, I have already told you. So regarding the different type of dust materials which are generated in the port, it may be present in the following form. This size is the particle size in the micron, so it is 0.401 micron to 1 millimeter, that means 1000 microns have been shown, and these are the level of the particles. You can see this is the dust, where 1 micron to 100 micron is the particle size of the different type of dust. Why the dust is important? When the solid materials, cargoes are handled in dock area, particularly maybe the coal dust, maybe it is the different type of ore, it may be solid materials, then those type of dust it easily generated. I will give you some of the example how those type of dust is generated. So once the dust is generated, it will be in the dispersion phase in the ambient air, and finally it will come to your human health. And if you notice something while we are traveling nearby port area to here, you will find that leaves of the tree, different type of dust is deposited. So from where the dust has come, it may be the road dust, it may be the paved dust, it may be from the industry, it may be whatever the other maybe vehicular emission, lot of activities going on, that's why it is coming. But practically it will come and it will deposit. If it can deposit over the leaves, then why not it will deposit on our lungs? It is very simple question, because once that deposited there, ultimately it is deposited in our lungs also, because we are inhaling. So what is most important, that what we thought, each and every body's life, because everybody we have the family, and maybe in some other sources you will find that you are my relative, that type of thing will happen. So everybody's health and safety is a great concern. So when the dust particles will be emitted, so this is the level of the dust, as I mentioned 1 to 100, we need to control that. Similarly, different type of fumes will come, whose particle diameter will be very close to maybe 0.01 to 1 micron. It may be the mist, it may be spray, it may be smoke. So all are from 0.01 micron to 1000 micron. And if it is less than 0.001 micron, those are the different type of gases. That means it may be the ammonia gas, it may be sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide, right? Different type of hydrocarbons which will go to the vapor phase, they will go to this in the gaseous stage. Chemical hazards used or transported in the shipping are flammable liquids, as I mentioned, toxic metals like the lead, arsenic, chromium and cadmium, vinyl chloride, benzene, carcinogens, hazardous waste, spray finishing chemicals, welding chemicals, asbestos, etc. are typical example of the chemical hazards which are used during the transportation or the shipping purpose. Now there are total number of listed hazardous chemicals are 684. So this is as per the manufacture, storage, import of hazardous chemicals rules 1989, what our chief inspector of facility has mentioned. So out of these 684, these are the name of the basic chemicals which are listed. So there will be millions of the chemicals or compounds which will be generated only from those type of chemicals. So when such type of chemicals which are listed, it is very difficult to remember, but still I will give you some of the example of those listed chemicals. Something is listed here. Those are the listed chemical, listed hazardous chemicals, and within that you will find ammonia, within that you will find the this benzene, arsenic, everything it contains. So since the list is huge, but we should know that what are the different chemicals and particularly their dangerous effects on the human health and how the personal safety is important. And all the chemicals, only 79 out of the total I have shown here, those are the chemicals, right, from A to Z. Almost majority of the chemicals are dangerous or hazardous in nature. So these are the hazardous elements and the compounds that lead, arsenic, selenium, cadmium, cobalt, mercury, many things are listed here. How maritime workers exposed to this toxic chemical? Now, in the maritime operations, workers are exposed to the toxic chemicals through the various activities during their duties, that is handling and transporting hazardous materials, loading, unloading, and transferring the chemicals can lead to the spills and direct contact, maintenance and cleaning operation. Sometimes workers are bound to do the deal with the chemicals like the solvent and the detergents during the routine maintenance work. Accidental leaks and the spills, equipment failures or the accidents can result in the release of the toxic substances. Although all the testing as well as the container inspection is being done, but sometimes this accidental leak and the spill, they may lead to the release of the toxic substances and different type of accidents, fire, etc. may take place. Inadequate ventilation in the confined space, that is very, very important. Sometimes workers need to do the maintenance work in the confined space, means closed space, that means closed room type of operations. So during that operations in the confined space, if there is your that different type of oxygen cylinder or the safety personal protective devices supposed to be used, and if some hazardous or harmful gases are present, that will be inhaled and it may lead to the loss of the life. How a simple gas it can lead to take the life, it is very, very very unknown to many common peoples also. Let me to give here another example. It is not related to the dog safety, but if you listen that how simple one chemical it may take away the lives of the people. You know that at present for our multi-storied building, even small houses, there is septic tanks which is below the main ground floor. Sometimes it is, and there is some pipe, something is there, so that when the that tank is filled up, it has to be cleaned. Those type of process is there. So in the rural area, what happens? They are just going to clean that septic tank which is under the ground floor. So because it is filled up, they are going to clean it. What they use it? They use the simple tulu pump which use the farmers to clean it. So they put one tulu pump and they was trying to take the entire slurry so that it will be evacuated by water. That is the technique they can use it. That is good for the cleaning purpose. After some time what happens? Suddenly that bottom portion of that suction line, where the maybe some non-return valve is there, just like this one, it is dismantled. So it fell on the septic tank. So what happened? Since it failed and it is not their own, they borrowed someone So next day, two brothers, they were trying to recover that. So when they are trying to recover it, so one person through the step he went, and then he told he is not feeling well. So his brother is trying to help him because inside he is not feeling well, trying to help him. Then that brother who was there inside, he is there, and who was standing on the top, he is also he was unable to control, because when that what is that manhole is open, there is an emission of the sulfur, H2S, hydrogen sulfide gas. So both the brother, they lost their life on spot. Can you imagine? Simple thing, there is no corrosive liquid, nothing is there, but simple operations where due to the formation of this hydrogen sulfide toxic gases, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and less quantity of the oxygen, both the brother around 25-26 years, they lost the life. You can't believe it. Even there was no chance to take them to hospital because nobody was there. They thought this is the simple, maybe one time they went, and that is they are trying to do it. So although the chemical hazards is not there, but truly speaking, it is the chemical hazards of hydrogen sulfide and less quantity of the oxygen, right? This is my personal experience I am sharing. This thing has done only 6 months back. So that type of lesson, we should realize it. One of the chemistry professor, can you imagine? Chemical hazards are related to always in the chemistry. So one of the chemistry professor, you can imagine, just like me, we know the chemical knowledge, many things. So in the night, in his building, what happens? He want to go to his washroom in the night. So first thing what he did, while he was going to his washroom, he experienced that there is some smell, something is coming, and that is nothing but the LPG gas, right? So to inspect that, so immediately he put on the switch. Once he put on the switch, immediately on spot he died. On spot. Because entire room, it was the flame and the explosion. Can you imagine? So small thing, although everybody we know that first you have to open the window or the door, but since it was night, he was feeling fear, so let him to switch on the switch. That is how the loss of a chemistry professor, he lost the life. So how simple thing is very important for the safety concern. I am sorry that I have come out from the dog safety and I went to something about the real life problem. So this is why in many cases, when the confined space operation and maintenance work is done, there is many such type of accident and many people they die, casualty happen due to this, particularly this one, that confined space maintenance due to the different type of harmful gases. Because if some petroleum container is there and since some repairing is there, what will get? If some petroleum product is kept, then obviously there will be some vapor will come, there will be the deficiency of the oxygen, and those vapors may be inhaled. Although the personal protective devices they are used, but sometimes they may not feel comfortable. Just like when the police quotas, we wear the helmet. I have seen also that once the traffic post is over, helmet will be hanged on your handle, and the people is driving the motorcycle. I think many of you will be agree with me that this is the scenario of our safety. That only to not to prevent your life, only to prevent that police will catch you, right, if you are wearing helmet, and once the police check post is over, you drive the vehicle without the helmet. That type of situation will come. Then use of outdated equipments in the vessel. Older ships may contain hazardous materials like the asbestos and lead-based paints, and that may lead to the different type of leakage as well as the accidents also. Consequence of the hazardous chemicals are these three ways it may come. First is the fire and explosion, vapor cloud explosion, or formation of the toxic atmosphere. So once any type of hazardous chemicals is coming, then it may lead to the final results, either the fire, either the explosion, or the vapor cloud explosion, or formation of the toxic atmosphere. Those are the final cases.
So when those things are coming, then there is a loss of life or the loss of property. So different situation of the hazardous flammable material, because particularly the Paradip port, they handle the different type of petroleum and the petrochemical products. So they may lead to the pool fire, jet fire, flash or cloud fire, vapor cloud explosion, high pressure rupture, boiling liquid, expanding vapor explosion, release of toxic gases or the liquid. So these are the different types of the situations will come while the fire is taking place. Say for example, there is a fire in one of the crude oil tank in the in some of the storage. So initially what happens, that due to the fire taking place, slowly temperature of the entire liquid mass will increase, fire will continue, then due to the confined space, that flash of liquid will go and it will hit the nearby tanks. So to prevent it, when there is a fire in the series of petrochemical or crude oil tank will come, then what we need, do not touch where the fire is already started. Do not touch it. You have to prevent the others, because there are many tankers. To do that, what you need, you just shower with the water the every tank, so that temperature from 30 degrees centigrade, it will not reach to 35 degrees centigrade. If you can manage, then rest all of the tanks or the tankers, it will be saved, and now you touch where the fire has takes place, because you have to prevent with the rest of the items. So these are the different type of fire will takes place under different situations. This is the simple example of this fire triangle. Sorry, what happened? Yeah. This is the simple example of the fire triangle. So only the fire will takes place when there is ignitable materials. So ignitable materials may be, any type of liquid, solid or the gaseous fuels. Then there must be some oxygen source. Oxygen source, it may be air or the oxygen, or any type of the oxidizer also it may be present. And then the ignition source, that means it may be the open flame, it may be the static electricity, it may be the heat, it may be the spark. Even though there is no spark, if anything you are heating at very high temperature, it will reach its fire point, right? One temperature, when automatically the mass of the material, maybe the liquid, solid or the gases, it will catch fire. That is known as the fire point. So to prevent the fire, you have to break this triangle. One of the side of the triangle, you break it. Then your fire or the explosion problem will be prevented. So what you can do, we can prevent any type of spark, flame, or static electricity or the heat, so that this line is broken. You can break this line. How to break this line? Because when the fuel is present, there is two important terms is there, right, for the flammable gases. One is the lower flammability limit and another is the upper flammability limit. I will come to that picture. I will come to that point. So for example, this is a seminar room. Here, if I drop, if I put only one drop of the petrol or the gasoline here on this table, and somebody is smoking in the extreme corner, will be there any accident? Will be there anything will catch fire? Huh? No. Because although the petrol is there, there is some concentration which is very, very low. Now let me to bring maybe, one barrel, 55 gallon of the petrol or diesel. You just, completely this entire floor, let it be flooded with the petrol or the diesel. Now that same gentleman is, smoking. Then what will happen? It will explode, isn't it? Because these gases will go to the entire building and then the explosion will come. So how it is coming? There is two limits. One is the lower explosion limit or lower flammability limit, and another is the upper flammability limit. So if the concentration of the fuel is so low, what example I have given in the previous, first example, when one drop of petrol is present inside the room, that is just like below the lower flammability limit, correct? And if that thing can be maintained, then we can break this fuel line. Or there is a prevention of this oxygen line. So this thing can be done by using the different type of inert gases. You just tell me maybe around 120 or 125 madam. Just remind me if by chance. So to prevent this, what we can do it, we are using different type of inert gases, just like your nitrogen, liquid nitrogen, carbon dioxide, which will extinguish the fire, right? So that is how we can prevent it. These are the different, flammable limits, as I mentioned, upper flammable limit as well as the lower flammable limit. So if any gas mixture is within these two limits, then there is a chance of the fire, and you must know which one is your lower flammability limit, because lower and upper flammability limit for every flammable materials is defined, right? Those things you can get it from Dow, Fire and Explosion, right? Book, you can get the both lower as well as the upper limit. If both the limits is known, then what type of materials is handled and where you should keep it below the lower flammability limit, that thing you can decide, and easily we can manage that thing. So this is the example how it will happen, that when the temperature will increase, this is the temperature and this is the concentration. So with increase in the temperature, that pressure, vapor pressure of the particular liquid fuel, it will increase, or the gases, it will increase. So the concentrations also will increase, and this line indicates your vapor pressure, and this is the lower limit and this is the upper limit, and here it is the flammable region, which is the maximum region. So when we want to prevent that, you have to always avoid this part where the there is a chances of the formation of the fire, or the latter case it is the explosion. For fire is nothing but in the open space is something is happening, little bit slow process, and explosion is nothing but when it will be happening in the closed vessel, confined space, confined building, then there will be formation of the huge vapor, and suddenly everything will burst out and it will go. That will lead to the explosion. There is the huge development of the pressure, then only the explosions will happen. So this is the different type of percentage compositions I have given the methane, and how the ignitable materials, it will burn in this if the stoichiometry is maintained for the flammable materials, and below that it is the tooling, above that it is your too rich. So here only I have given the example of the methane. Similar manner you will get for the hydrogen, maybe acetylene, liquid, anything you can get such type of properties how this flame is concerned. Then the auto ignition temperature, this is also very, very important. Temperature at which vapor ignites spontaneously from the energy of the environment. Just like I have given the example of the spontaneous combustion of the coal, that when the coal is stored, slowly reactions will start. Due to the exothermic nature of the reactions, it will be doubled, so the auto, it will reach to its, spontaneous combustion takes place. Similarly, if you take any type of, material, and if you directly heat it, then also similar type of thing will happen, and the functions which are important are the concentration of the vapor, materials in contact, and the size of the containment where it is there for the auto ignition. This thing led me to skip it. So these are the ignition sources of the major fires, right? This is some of the statistical data I have given, that electrical sources is the maximum one. So sometimes we are habituated, right? Even in my office, my computer is on, right, all the time. So during lunch break I will go, but still my computer is on. Sometimes I will forget to close my AC. So all electrical, appliances, when it is switched on condition, then the chances of, that this ignition, etc., is the highest one.
So first one is the electrical one is the 23%, then your smoking 18%, friction 10%, overhead materials 18%, hot surface 7, burner flame, cutting, welding and mechanical sparks, etc. This one, so this is some just to give one idea that how different percentage of the accident of the fire and explosion is happening from the different sources of the activities. That thing I have presented here. Now I am coming to the dust explosion. We have heard about the different type of flammable liquid and the gases explosion, but sometimes there is a dust explosions also. So dust explosions may take place that it may be the combustible dust when it is suspended in the air at the proper concentration, and there is a oxygen, typically atmospheric oxygen, dust is in confined and there is an ignition source. So if they are present, then there is a chance of the dust explosion. That means dust means it is a different type of ignitable powders, right? It may be the coal dust, it may be the different type of other dust. So when they are present, when this explosion is happening, what will happen? The entire area will be just like the cloud, dark type of the area of the dust will come, right? And it will be, impossible to stand there unless until somebody is wearing the mask, right? For the dust explosion. And it is a huge dust which will be spread over just like the bomb type of thing will go, and it will be deposited nearby the surfaces. So for the toxic gases, toxic materials, I have mentioned about the lethal doses. So this lethal concentration and immediate danger to the life and the health, that means IDLH, these two parameters is very, very important, and that's why whenever any pesticide or the insecticide farmers are using, in the bottle, what are the lethal dose, it is being mentioned, how much milligram per kg of the body mass. So this two parameter is also important for the toxic gas release, because ultimately it will give you the lethal concentration. That means concentration at and above which the people, worker, those who are present, they will be under the threat, and it may lead to the fatal or the accident or the casualty also if it is higher and higher. And immediate danger to the life and health means the concentration at and above which it is you have to be hospitalized, otherwise there is a chances of that maybe the casualty. So that is the immediate this danger to the life and the health. Managing the dust, toxic gases, flammable gases and incompatible materials in hazardous cargo materials. It is very, very important that while the cargo operations are done, then sometimes we are associated with these are the materials, either the dust or the toxic gases or sometimes flammable gases and incompatible materials. So I will discuss something here, how much I can, how I can do it. First is the dust part. So here the fugitive dust generation will come to the picture. So fugitive dust emission is nothing but when the dust is handled, right, it will either through the different conveyor it will be transported, and nearby area some dust, it will be going out and it will create the huge inconvenience to the people as well as the environment. That type of thing will come. So if I show you, then let me to play it, how you will get it. It is always industry thing is happening, but you will be able to see this. মানুষ চালিয়ে ঠিক আছে, অফ করে দিচ্ছি, মানুষটা চালিয়ে। You see that dust which are generated, although we have different type of the equipment to capture this is the fugitive type of the dust which is coming out. So similar manner, when in the port area you will be handling such type of material, similar scenario may come. So if those things are coming, we need to handle those type of the things, and there we not sometimes we need that it depends on the velocity at which just need to be collected. That means first is the particle size of the dust, how fine are they. If the particles are very fine, just like the talcum powder, what will happen? If the talcum powder, you just throw it, they will be dispersed inside the room itself, right? People sitting in the middle of this room, they will get the smell. Because the particle size are maybe 1 micron, 0.5 micron, 2 micron, that is the size. So, whether the particle, it will be sucked by a device or it will be present in the ambient environment, it depends on its terminal settling velocity of the particles, right? That means those who are maybe mechanical engineers, maybe chemical engineers, maybe civil engineers, you know what is the terminal settling velocity of the particles. That means ut is nothing but dp square into rho p minus rho g into g by 18 mu, right? That is the expression. So if the terminal velocity of the particle is very small, that means they will present in the ambient air and it will create the problem. So what we need to do it, we need to suck those things with minimum 2 to 3 times the terminal settling velocity so that they should pass through a particular dust controlling device. That is how we can do it, and that is the importance of this capturing velocity of the particle. Preventive measures and the safety protocols. Implementing preventing measures and adhering to the safety protocols are essential for minimizing the risk associated with toxic exposure to the maritime chemicals. That means those are personal protecting devices or the equipments that employees must provide the appropriate PPE to maritime workers. That may be the different type of respiratory gloves, respiratory items, or it may be the gloves or the eye protections. But at the same time, the workers, they should also use it for their own safety purpose. It is not only the employer, but more, importantly, the staff or the worker, those who are handling that. So those type of personal protecting devices, they should use it. Then safety training protocols. Proper training and safety protocols can significantly reduce the risk of the chemical exposure. So time to time, what is happening, sometimes smoke drill or maybe fire, you just make it artificially, mock one and do how you are handling it, so that everybody will be under preparedness that how it can be handled. Key factors for preventing the toxic ship environment are regular training session, as I mentioned that on the proper handling, storage and disposal of the hazardous chemicals, as well as the how to recognize the different type of signs and the symbols which are used for the common toxic materials. Emergency response procedure to ensure workers to know that how to react in case of the chemical spills or the exposure or the accidents. Routine safety drills, and those things will minimize the related safety part. So these are the different toxic chemicals. They are different type of values are there. So these are the extremely toxic, highly toxic, and this is the toxic. This is the oral toxicity dose LT50 in milligram per kg of the body mass of the animal or the species of the body. This is the dermal toxicity LT50 limit, and this is the inhalation toxicity limit. So this is as per the MOEF manufacture, storage and import of hazardous chemicals rules 1989. For the flammable chemicals, the flammable gases, so gases which are at 20 degrees centigrade at standard pressure and these conditions, they may be ignitable. So under what conditions, that means different type of flash point, fire point, ignition point of the different flammable liquids. So flammable gases, extremely flammable liquids, very highly flammable liquids, those are the different classes as per the ISO 10156/1990 or by Bureau of Indian Standards 1446 of 1985. So those are the different standards which are used for the different type of that flammable materials. Flammable, extremely flammable and very highly flammable liquids. Then the highly flammable liquids, so these are the different classes because based on their temperature and the classifications, they are mentioned here. Explosive materials. So explosive means a solid or liquid or pyrolytic substances, that is mixture of substances or articles which is
which is in itself capably by chemical reaction producing the huge pressure inside the confined chamber, resulting in the explosion, and which can be prevented if we can prevent any of the that pentagon what I have shown earlier. That thing can be prevented the explosion. Hazardous chemicals minimization techniques. So I will give you some of the examples how hazardous chemicals minimization technique will be. This is general hazardous waste management, where treatment should be the minimum one, and different source reduction technique. That means at which it is generated, that is very, very important. So if some of the spill is generated, some of the flammable liquid is generated, or some of the dust is generated at the source, you attack there instead of that recycling or the treatment. That thing will come later, but first target the source reduction. These are the different type of waste minimization techniques which I have given here. That means source reduction, it will be product change, source change, that is normal technology, that means input material change, technology change. So this is the overall waste minimization technique which can be utilized so that overall concentration in the environment of the different type of hazardous or the toxic materials will be minimum. For the storage and handling of the hazardous chemicals, sometimes we need the different type of containers. So containers may be a bottle, containers may be a few gallon capacity, maybe drum 55 gallon, or it may be big containers. So those type of containers requirement, that inspection of the container and the quality of the container is very, very important. So where you are just keeping the materials, two type of thing will be there. That means containment. One is the primary containment and another is the secondary containment. What is primary containment? If you are handling some of the petroleum, maybe crude oil or some of the acids in the barrel, so the barrels are nothing but the primary containment. What is secondary containment? Maybe this platform is used to store those barrels. So if here some barricade is given, that means some brick wall which is little bit height and it is sloped, then all the containers where you will be keeping them, it will act as the secondary container. Even if the primary container is the different type of different type of bags, or different type of maybe a few 100 kg of the bags, and if some polythene big triple you are keeping those things over there, then this triple will serve the purpose of the secondary containment. So what is the purpose of the secondary containment? That if there is any damage, leakage or breakage or something, then from one container it will not come out to the others. It will be restricted to the entire area. For example, simple thing, if there are different type of bottles and one tray is used, that people is serving the tea, so that tray will be nothing but the secondary containment. So secondary containment will prevent many things, because something will be noticed that there is some release, something is happening, at least you have the chance to take out others and rectify that particular container. So this condition of the container and the containment is very, very important for handling these hazardous materials. Next, the compatibility with the waste materials. Sometimes you will find some of the hazardous chemicals or the waste materials that may be reactive one, they may react with the container itself, which should not be used at all. Two chemicals, what you are storing, that may react each other, that is also not allowed. So whenever any type of chemicals, they are mixing each other, may react, it should be avoided. If the chemical materials, chemical hazards, which you are handling in the container, which is reactive in nature, then corrosion, erosion, everything will take place. That thing also need to be prevented. That's why this compatibility of the hazardous materials has to be prevented to avoid this fire, explosion, release of the toxic dust, many things. So compatibility of the materials we are storing is very, very important. So this is regarding that primary containment and the secondary containment. What I have already told,
many cases, although you know nothing will happen, but always you keep the provision for the waste containment part, that means secondary, secondary containment. Management of the containers. Containers holding the hazardous waste must always be closed during the storage except when it is added. Containers holding ignitable or reactive waste material must be located at least 15 meters, that means very close to 50 feet from the facility property line, that means where your different type of maybe units are present. These are the different type of requirement of the hazardous storage material conditions. I will skip because Mr. Roy, he has already discussed some of the things. I can skip it. These are the different type of treatment methods which is used for the handling hazardous chemicals and materials. That means it may be sometimes incinerated, sometimes it may be immobilized by or encapsulated, microencapsulation, chemical treatment, biological treatment, as well as the physical treatment. So when any hazardous waste material will be generated, because in cargo operations, when any type of spill or any materials is mixing with the nearby area, then it will result in the formation of the hazardous waste. So their treatment methods depends on what is the material properties, and maybe direct disposal into the landfill, treatment, stabilization of the waste and then disposal, direct incineration, pre-treatment and incineration, pre-treatment, incineration and then disposal, waste processed for the fuel, industrial byproducts for the recycle and others. Those are the some of the methods I am discussing here. I can skip this. So this is the treatment and immobilization. Let me to come to the some of the research work what we are doing at IIT Kharagpur regarding the control of dust as well as the hazardous gases. So as you know that depending on the particle size, I have mentioned that from 1 to 100 that dust particles are present. So here the entire range of the different type of pollution control equipment what I have mentioned, where simple settling chamber where the particle size is larger, then cyclone, then the waste scrubber, bag filters, electrostatic precipitator which is mostly used in many companies, many industries, and then if it is in the gaseous stage either incinerator or the scrubber or the absorber it can be used. So particularly for the port area it is very difficult to use all the things, but different type of the waste scrubber, or sometimes if the dust particles can be sucked through the bag filters it can be used, but scrubber and the absorber it may be very much helpful to control such type of different type of gases which are emitted in the port area. So this is the principle of I think I have to go very quickly because you are all hungry and time is coming up. So this is the particularly the settling chamber. This is the working principle, and this efficiency depends on dP by dP minimum square into 100, and dP minimum is nothing but 18 mu cube by rho p minus rho g into WL. These are the nothing but the dimensions of the gravity settling chamber. W and L, if this is the particular gravity settling chamber, and if a particular window, that door, the contaminated gas is coming, then particularly that width will be that much and the height will be this much, and inter length of this one will be the L. So if the dP minimum will be governed, it will be fixed. How they will fixed? It will be mentioned that particles of 5 micrometer and above has to be controlled completely, right? It should not be present. So 5 micrometer dP minimum is present. If that is there, we will be able to give the different type of dimensions. Like similarly for the cyclone separator, two type of cyclone separators are there. One is the high efficiency cyclone and another is the high throughput cyclone. So for the high efficiency, high throughput, I have skipped something, yeah. This is the high efficiency cyclone. For high efficiency cyclone, if you see it, that efficiency will be in such a manner that for 5 micrometer particle, that efficiency will be very close to more than 74.5%. That is known as the high efficiency cyclone. Similarly, for the high throughput cyclone, for 5 micrometer particle, that efficiency is less than 50%. If that is there, you need the high throughput cyclone. Depending upon the requirement by the industry,
you need either one, whether the high throughput or the high efficiency. Everybody wants the high efficiency, but every industry they want to handle the large quantity of gas. So two things is contradicting. What you will do, whether the high efficiency or high capacity. Sometimes you are bound to do with the high capacity, so that you need to prefer the high throughput cyclone with lower efficiency, because you want to handle the gases in large quantity. So these are the different dimensions, right? For the high efficiency, these are the dimensions, and high throughput, this is the dimensions. So the basic difference is the inlet area, that when the gas will be coming tangentially, that is the tangential gas inlet. So 0.5 DC, 0.2 DC, this is the inlet, whereas here this area is, this is your different, where the DC is nothing but the straight cylindrical portion diameter, and this is for the high throughput cyclone. So depending upon the nature of the requirement, we need to go ahead and you need to do the scale up or the scale up of the cyclone. Those who are interested or ask me, you can ask me how the scale up is done. I will explain later, because this is too much engineering work for many of you. Next is the wet scrubbing of the dust and gaseous pollutants in a spray cum bubble column scrubber. So here we design a simulated gas. This gas is allowed to pass through the wet scrubber, where at the bottom portion this is the spray scrubber, and at the top it is the bubble column scrubber. We have used these two because at the spray scrubber the efficiency is low but the pressure drop is minimum. So majority of the dust with 70% efficiency will be removed. Whatever the dust or the gases will be, it is going out from the first one, it will be captured in the high pressure drop, high efficiency bubble column scrubber. So it is your twin, scrubber. Combined one we have used. This setup is with us in our laboratory. We have done the work. This is the entire pilot plant what we have set up in our department. These are the different internals which can enhance the particulate or the dust removal efficiency. Practically when the dust is moving from the downwards, different incline, such type of incline internals are there. So when the internals are there, when dust will move, it will give with the gas some direct, impact. When the impact will be there, then the gas will come down. As a result, there will be, that reduction in the velocity, and the capturing will be much better. So, yeah, I am almost time is off. Let me to go ahead. These are the twin fluid atomizer for the controlling the dust. I can skip the results, right? Then, another point is the flue gas conditioning. As you know, in the electrostatic precipitator, dielectric properties of the dust particulate is the most important thing in the ESP. That means this is the discharging electrode, these are the collecting electrode. So whether dust particles will be collected in the collecting electrode or not, it depends on the dielectric properties of the materials. To do that, flue gas conditioning is essential so that fine dust can be captured. How we did it? We utilize, this is the efficiency one, yes. We utilize some of the maybe the ammonia gas with the flue gas. So when the particulate matters are present, maybe in the flue gas sulfur dioxide present. So sulfur dioxide plus ammonia, it will form ammonium sulfate and an ammonium bisulfate of the fine crystals. It will give a fine spot or few dots. As a result, the dielectric constant of the materials will change. If the dielectric constant of the material is changed, then its capturing will be easier. And since it is, this hygroscopic nature of the ammonium sulfate, ammonium bisulfate, so fine particulates, they will come together, they will agglomerate, they will form the bigger one, and the electrostatic precipitator, it will be, captured very easily. This is the complete reaction mechanism what we have used, and this is the reaction setup. I should skip it, time is going up. And this is the fabric filter or the bag houses. What it is also used for the controlling one. So in the particularly port area, if there is the huge dust which are emitted, and if you move one, moving vehicle where the suction points will be there, it will suck the gases, and if it is passing through the such type of bag filter, particulate matters, it is possible to collect it. So next is the other type of, that wet scrubber,
where water is used as the spray, gas is coming in, gas is going out. So with the water, it will be absorbed and it will be collected. We have one multi-stage fluidized bed reactor also to use the hazardous gases. It may be utilized, multi-stage fluidized bed. If some of the toxic gases is being released, it is possible that we will suck the gas, we will pass through this fluidized bed reactor, where adsorbent, it will capture the toxic or hazardous materials and then it will give the clean gas. So this type of, multi-stage fluidized bed reactors also here, some of the publications I have, if you search it, all the things will come up, right? I should skip it, time is not permitting me. And this is the expression for, sulfur date gas removal, C inlet minus C outlet by C inlet into 100 will give you the percentage efficiency of the SO2 removal. These are the some of the results. Then it is the one of the multi, disc bubble cum spray column reactor, where we have used the different type of, this type of disc. Disc are nothing but one circular disc, where it is 50% opening and here it is 25% opening. So there will be a generation of the bubble breakup and regeneration. As a result, will be achieved very high interfacial area, because to transfer the dust or the gases, what we need, that overall transfer is nothing but KL, mass transfer coefficient into area into concentration difference. Concentration difference is more or less same. KL, mass transfer coefficient, we cannot touch. What we can touch, we can change the interfacial area of the contact. So to change the interfacial area contact, we did this, continuous bubble generation and breakup, so that overall A will increase, KLA will increase, and overall, overall reaction will increase. This is the dust expansion disk and this is the rupture disk, how it is done, and this is the detail of the diagram of the setup. Then for the bioremediation purpose, one of my students, he did with the petroleum sludge from the different type of, petrochemical industry. By bioremediation technique, different cultures, they isolated and developed, and it gives the success result. But the main thing is that you have to give the sufficient time. In this case, so that slide I have not did, but this is also one of the process. For the risk assessment, the two type of assessment is required. One is the human health risk assessment and another is the ecological. So the purpose of the risk assessment, it will give that to the, maybe top management, where is the location, which one you should be targeted, what action plan need to be taken. It is not by the junior level, but if you do the risk assessment, it will give an overall idea what type of management plan you require for a port or any industry type of the condition. So these are the two risk assessment. I will skip. Type of risk assessment are health risk assessment, comparative risk assessment. Comparative risk assessment are based on this evaluation of the overall ecology and environment, then compare. Anyone? I will not take more than 3 to 4 minutes, right? I am almost done. So these are the different type of steps, steps involved in the risk assessment. This is hazard identification, dose response assessment, exposure assessment, and risk characterizations. So hazard is nothing but anything with potential for the producing an accident. That is known as a hazard. Then, flammable liquid, toxic gases, even this pointer is a hazard. If I, point out someone and throw it, this is also a hazard. And risk is the probability of the hazard resulting in an accident. That will give a risk, and that's why we need to do the complete risk assessment. And in the risk assessment, different tools are there. So these are the different properties for the identifications I have already discussed, and these are used. These are the tools which are used in the risk one. That risk is nothing but the probability in the severity of the consequences. So consequences is not a quantifiable matter, but indirectly you have to find out that how many people is affected, how many workers is affected, just like this Bhopal gas tragedy. Now also that consequences are happening. That thing has to be assessed, little bit qualitative, but it is possible to measure it. So these are the tools are used, inventory analysis and the faulty analysis. Two tools are used for the risk assessment, and we generally, use and do it. So in conclusion, I tried to, present here some of the, overview of the hazardous chemicals handled in cargoes, their properties, accident, injury associated, and how those things are prevented as well as controlled. So finally, I am very much thankful to the Directorate General Factory Advice Service and Labour Institute, DGFA, SLI, Ministry of Labour and Employment for the invitation to participate in this particular workshop on dock safety and handling of hazardous chemicals. Thank you very much for listening too much. But I will be very happy if you ask me any question, if not now, maybe in the lunch or after lunch also I will be available, or I have given at the first slide my contact details. You will be happy to contact me. I will try to give the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Constantly 1 hour 30 minutes without any break. You consistently give this beautiful presentation and enlighten to everyone who are present over here. So now the time is 1:31, right? So the duration is 1 hour. Serve to 30, we have to be here because on serve to 30 we will start the next section number 3. Okay? So please, I can see the hungry faces around here. Please take your lunch and enjoying the lunch during the 1 hour only. Okay? Thank you so much. Let's meet again on serve to 30. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this power packaging presentation. Come on. Thank you. So do you have any friends or colleague out there? Just call them now because time is over now. Call them. Okay, so how was the food? Tasty? Delicious? कुछ तो बताइए भाई, बढ़िया था? हाँ, तो चलिए स्टार्ट करें विथ इंट्रोड्यूसिंग एक बार अच्छी सी बड़ी स्माइल के साथ. Okay, so here we are going to start the next session 3, and the section is all about occupational safety and competence building, and the topic is competence and supervision in handling hazardous cargoes. And the presenter is none other than Dr. Kunal Sharma sir, DZ Fastly. So let's welcome him on the dais with a huge round of applause and with a big smile. Come on, let's welcome him on the dais. Everyone, come on.
So good afternoon, everybody. Post-lunch session is always very tough to handle, and everybody is sleepy. Hello. Okay. But no issues. I will not let you all sleep because this topic is very important for each one of us. Before joining Ministry of Labour and Employment, I was with NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority, looking after all the chemical clusters, making the plans, DM plans, all these things. So during the tenure, we have witnessed a real-time response mechanism. So I generally start with that particular case study where we have encountered the real mess due to the chemicals. So what happened? If you have been to Delhi, you know Delhi is a very crowded place, and there is a depot just like your docks berthing ships are there. There is a place called Tughlakabad. Tughlakabad depot is there. It is basically a transit area where most of the trucks come from different parts of the country. For example, they will carry the material from your Paradip port, and they will go to say southern part of India, northern part of India. They want to go in Haryana or Punjab, wherever they want to go. So during the transit, it is because of the chemical part, we have witnessed an issue. A truck driver took some material from some of the port in this area. He took the truck, and during the this transit phase, he has to stop in the Tughlakabad depot area. Because of the no entry parameter, the government don't allow the truck people to transfer from these areas. So he came in the depot at around 12 p.m. in the night. In the 12 p.m. he came because you know you all have the technologies, you train the drivers, so he knows that he is handling some hazardous chemical, and he witnessed during that stoppage there is certain leakage of certain materials from the truck. The material was basically a white powdered material. He knew the hazards, but he was not aware what could be the probable consequences. Anyway, 12 p.m. he witnessed, and he generally phone called his officer or say occupier, sir, there are certain issues that this particular material got leaked. So what to do? So he asked the question to his officer. Officer said, any issues are there? So he told, no, nothing, no issues are there. But again, you have told me that it is a hazardous substance or hazardous material. So it could have some problems, but right now I am not witnessing any problem. Okay, so what to do? So wait for some time, we will see something. Then it 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 4 a.m. time passes, and at 4 a.m. he again informed the depot authorities, sir, there is a truck standing over here. I brought the all odd trucks you are seeing in these areas. 4 a.m. I don't think anybody is going to respond. Similar things happen. People said, okay, I am coming. At around 4:30 and 5, he said, sir, now no entry is going to be closed. I have to leave this place, and he left the area at Sonipat, informing the port authorities and to the manufacturer or the occupier. At that time, 5 a.m., nothing happened. So after 5 a.m., what happened in the port areas? Generally, we do the cleaning part. We use the water cannon and all these things. People came in the depot, they cleaned they sprayed the water, just they took the brooms, they cleaned the area and they went away from this place. So the scenario is very clear. They thought there is a white powder material, maybe limestone powder or this type of material is there. So what it could happen, they just swept the material with 4 or 5 buckets of water and everything was clean. Now the issues come at around 6:30 a.m. Where there is a depot, there is a small school. And the capacity of the school was, say, 1,000 kids. You all have school over there? So 1,000 kids, and it's a primary school. Sarvoday Kanya Rani Lakshmi Bai Vidyalaya. 1,000 kids were there, and because as I've already quoted, it's a primary school. So every student at 6:30 a.m. walked to this particular area where that material was cleaned up. So they all walked to this area, and for example, we all gathered this thing from a road. Similarly, they all gathered in the assembly. 7 a.m. around 600 to 700 kids got fainted. So once you imagine the fainting of 600, 700 kids fainted, 7:30, it is a very big chaos in entire Delhi area. What happened, we never knows. Was it a chemical attack? Was it a chemical leakage? But how? We are not able to ascertain. We are not able to see any agent material in the system. Only symptom was that everybody is fainted and complaining of the choking, or we are not able to take breath. These are the simple complaints. Anyway, 600, 700 kids got fainted at one time. Our first responsibility was for the evacuation part. We did the same thing. Principal informed the SGM over there. SGM just rushed to the area. Response was taken care of, and we just, because Delhi have a number of hospitals, then AIMS is there, Safdarjung Hospital is there, so we have a number of hospitals. We have shifted in clusters, 200, 200, 200, 800 kids in different places, and fortunately after 24 hours, every kids got released and there is no fatal accident. But again, the issue is that everybody got fainted. The response time is very short, 1 hour or 2 hours. How we have responded, how we have concluded, this is the competence which we have to focus upon. Anyway, I will conclude the case study. So all these are kids. So we have certain keywords: white powder material, hazardous material, leakage, standing, water, cleaning, everything was there. So ultimately, during the investigation, we along with the SGM found that the material was basically an organophosphate material. And it was incompatible with water. So what they did, when they poured the water over there, cleaned, toxic fumes generated, and the height of that fumes was only 3 to 4 feet. That is why when the kids traveled, they inhaled, and the people who have 5 feet more, they don't inhale, so nobody got fainted, but kids got fainted. You cannot imagine the issues, because we are not facing 800 odd victims. We have 800 plus 5 from their family members. The figure goes for how many? 4,000, 5,000 odd people are at the site, and to cater these people or to give the right information is with nobody's responsibility. How we have to focus upon? We are not able to understand for 2 hours what was the impact. So after the driver was moved to Sonipat, 70 kilometers from that particular area. So we have tried material. After 2-3 hours, we got to know that this was an organophosphate material. This was the symptoms. Then we provided the antidote, and we are able to handle. Why I have quoted this example? Because we can see that n number of trucks over here, n numbers of cargo is being transported. Any cargo will stop, we will take. It is a routine activity. Okay, cargo is there, some white powder is there. Nobody will see the incompatibility issues, compatibility issues, hazardous properties. So all these things should be witnessed, and this could be achieved only by the practical thing. So I will try to tell you something more about all these things. Parallelly, my topic is basically competence and supervision in handling cargo. Not working. So, Professor Maikep has covered most of the important parameters, but then also I would like to highlight certain important issues, because when we talk about hazardous material, chemicals, there are certain difference between the normal cargo and talking about the chemicals. First thing that you can see this table parallelly, that this table basically covers property, description, examples, explanation and competence. So we will not take much time, but we can see this thing, that property. It could be toxicity, flammability, reactivity, corrosiveness, oxidizing property, explosiveness, volatility or carcinogenicity. So whenever we focus upon this thing, for example, we will see the first basic thing which the chemicals talks about, the toxicity. Description would harm caused to living organism, especially through inhalation or contact. So first thing we have to build the properties about the inhalation or contact. When it is being to contact on your body, what could be the precursors, what could be the parameters, that should be very clear. It is not a very rocket science that we have to learn n number of engineering side of solutions. Only the response mechanism that NDRF does or armed forces does, this is our thought process. And it should be the responsibility of each and every safety professionals. At least we should ascertain something. So it could harm through inhalation or contact. So only two route of entry is there. Either we inhale or we go for the contact part, skin irritation. Example would be chlorine, ammonia, toluene, hydrogen sulfide. You all know these chemicals, and properly your handling also. Toxic chemicals can cause immediate or long-term health effects like poisoning, respiratory issues or skin irritation. So what we can, as you are aware that this is dog safety workshop, but parallelly there is another act, Practice Act 1948, where we talks about notifiable disease. There are around 29 notifiable disease in the Practice Act 1948. When a worker got exposed by this type of diseases, it is very tough to take him back. Definitely he is going to die, say for 10 years or 5 years or say 20 years. So the issue is that whenever we go for this part, long-term effect, then these issues comes into picture. If somebody is inhaling the material, somebody is directly exposed to the material, then this type of pictures come. So in that case, the competence would be gas detectors, proper ventilation, respiratory protection, or SCABA. You know SCABA? SCBA? Everybody knows SCABA. How many SCABA would be there in our premises, Paradip Port? Any figure? Rough idea? Sir, CISO sir, कितने SCABA होंगे? 30. Population of Paradip Port. I'm not telling about this thing. This is a reality of throughout the government system, throughout the India, that we have a big population to cater, and we are restricting ourselves on the on-site thing. Okay, this is our plant, this is our place where we have to work. But when talk about the chemicals, it is not up to that on-site thing. It generally goes to the off-site system and it converted into a big emergency. Just as we seen in Visakhapatnam, styrene leakage. What happened? Styrene got leaked, entire city comes under the vicinity of that particular chemical. So these are the issues which you have to focus upon. Parallelly, for flammability, we have competency should be developed for fire suppression techniques, handling fire resistant gears. For reactivity, we have chemical reaction controls, segregation of incompatible materials. So we have to make the list in port authorities or port area or parallelly nearby chemical plants. If we know the compatibility issues, it could be very easily tackled when we know the issues regarding the chemical parts. Corrosiveness, oxidizing properties, explosives, everything we have certain competence which we have to develop. For example, for acid neutralization procedure, use of chemical resistant PPs, safe storage protocols, segregation from fuels, all these things are much important. Blast zone planning, safe storage, ventilation system, competence in containment, remediation, and cleanup procedures, competence in monitoring and minimizing exposure. So all these things are much required when we go for the competence building part. It is not like that you have after the training or after the sensitization program we have gone to the place and again started the work. Because right now we are sitting in that type of zone where we don't know which is our enemy. If I ask a small question to you, how many number of chemicals are there in the world right now? Any figure? Number of chemicals in the world? 100,000, any figure? Any rough idea? Number of chemicals? 100? 700? It is just like just I am going to bid for IPL. I will give 3 crores, 4 crores, 5 crores. Anyway, the rough figure is that more like 6,50,000 chemicals are there. So 6,50,000 chemicals are there, so we have to fight with 6,50,000 odd enemies, and it is going day by day. So it is very tough for us to ascertain and fight with individual chemicals. Why? Everybody has a different Aadhaar card. So the same case of chemical also. Every chemical has different Aadhaar card. Aadhaar card, he will tell what is the issues and what are the first aid, what are the bases. So we have to fight with each and every. And when they mix together, the Aadhaar card is very much confused, and we become Pravasi Bhartiya and all these things. We are not from India, so that is the issue with the chemical part. If they are mixed, incompatible, then issues comes. That is why competence is much required to ascertain what chemical properties we have to fight and what are the precursors. Now, there could be some probable, I have listed, you know very well, regarding the chemical accident scenarios in the port areas. First, chemical manufacturing and storage facilities. Might be you are not manufacturing, but yes, definitely you are storing the chemicals, and I have seen your port areas where these facilities are involved in the production and storage of a wide range of hazardous chemicals such as acids, bases, flammable liquids and toxic substances. Presence of large quantities of chemicals increases the potentials for leaks, spills, accidental release, leading to environmental and health hazards. So we cannot say right now, because I am from that place where we are fighting with this environmental and health hazards. You come to Delhi and you will see what actually smoke and smog is. You all are living in a very good environment, very fresh air, and generally with Delhi people are smoking 400, 500 odd cigarettes per day, morning to evening. This is the reality. Even kids, old age people. So we are not allowed, old age people are not allowed to leave the homes. We have to do this. Schools cannot be opened over there because of this particular thing. PM 2.5 you have and PM 10. Parallelly, these materials are in the environment and we have to fight regularly throughout the cold season. Stubble burning is there and we have to fight this. So these are there which we have to see. Second is oil and gas refineries. Refineries process crude oil into various petroleum products, you know very well, and operations at these facilities involve highly flammable materials, increasing the risk of fire, explosions and chemical exposures. Sir has already quoted about belief and vapor explosion. All these things really come into picture. We have witnessed an incident in a factory in Bihar district. It's basically noodle manufacturing factory. There also the same picture comes into, they were producing some noodles in the factory, and due to the vapor pressure, the chemical was inside the environment. The outside environment was cold, inner side was chemical, it was on upper side, and when somebody was doing arc welding, arc come into picture, entire plant blasted over there. So these things come into picture regarding the hydrocarbons part. Fertilizer manufacturing and storage facilities. These facilities produce store fertilizers, many of which contains ammonium nitrate and other compounds that are potentially explosive and toxic. Improper handling or storage of these things can result in severe accidents, including fire and chemical release. And the last one is very important, hazardous waste storage disposal facilities. Right now, this is a very important concern regarding the disposal of these materials. We don't have any defined area that we have to dispose this material, and shelf life also is a big player in this thing. These facilities manages hazardous waste generated by various industries, including chemical manufacturing, oil and gas refining, and improper disposal, leaks and mishandling of hazardous waste can lead to chemical spills, contamination and exposure risk. So again, I will tell you a case study because we are quite connected to the PMO. One fine day at around 10 or 11 o'clock, we got a news that a place nearby Delhi NCR is Shamli, and it is the biggest sugarcane manufacturing industries over there. So we got a news that 14 odd workers are fainted on road, and there is a chemical attack in that place, or say chemical leak. But the issue was that it was a sugarcane industry, outskirt of Delhi NCR, Meerut is a place. So there is no industries, only sugarcane industry was there. So we are not able to ascertain, CMO was not able to find what could be the probable cause, DM was also not able to give the answer what could be the probable cause, how 14-15 people are fainted on road, and parallelly everybody was fainted at one location. So again, the investigator gone to that place. What we found over there, I started with the sugarcane industry. The sugarcane industry generally produces molasses. They crush that particular and extract the juice, and the waste is thrown out or thrown out used for the burning also. But what these people were doing, sugar industry, they were throwing the material, molasses, in an open pond. So for 4 months they have thrown. After 4 months, due to chemical reaction, because this is basically C6H12O6 plus H2O, it formulated methane, CH4. So methane comes into picture and everybody, 14 people got fainted. Very small issue. I am telling you this thing because I have seen the materials over there. Example, I will give more. I just audited in thermal power plant. They are using stubble, again the parali which we call in Delhi NCR, to generate the heat, stubble. So they are using the stubble for generating the heat. But what happened, because they have to collect this material, and after 4 or 5 months, they generally use this for burning process. So in that particular 4 months, what they will do, they will keep it in the open areas. Rainy season came and parallelly the same reaction took place. Complete area was found a contamination or exposure of methane. C6H12O6 plus water, methane got started in 4-5 odd months. So these are the issues which we can see and witness in plant area also. Okay, we don't have done the study and you are not witnessing, but whenever you feel congestion or say respiration problem, you just see any material. They have been definitely thrown, and what are the chemical properties. That is why it is much important for disposal facilities, what are the properties, because it is going to be changed day by day. We never thought that pollution will be a very big problem in India. But right now we have to work upon that. And it is in directions we cannot open the schools. We cannot run the diesel generator in Delhi NCR. So that are the issues which comes into picture. This. Again, key hazards which we focus upon was fire and explosion. This is the biggest threat in the port areas because it manages bulk quantities of flammable, combustible and self-heating materials, fuels, chemical gases. Fire explosion may result from equipment failure, human error, natural disasters. Again, it's a big thing. Natural disasters, again, it will come, any kind of tsunami or this type of thing can result in a hazardous process issues. Chemical leaks and spillage. Port handles large volume, again, can occur due to equipment malfunction, operational errors and natural hazards. Confined space hazards, again, hazard exists in ship holds, warehouses, silos, bins, where oxygen deficiencies or build-up of toxic flammable gas can occur. Container accidents, port manages large number of shipping containers, and mishandling, equipment failures or operator errors can lead to accidents. These are the major issues which we can see in the port areas. Structural failures, again, it could be a big problem where the old buildings are there and they can be issues of failures. For example, cranes, other equipment due to structural deficiencies. Collisions, ship and vessels. We have seen the news in Bombay, collision. Again, it's a big issue. Just think about this part. Recently, it took place, collision in Mumbai. So again, it's a big issue. Ships and other vessels maneuvering in and out of ports may collide due to operator failure, equipment failure, or adverse weather conditions. System failures, again, because we are more into ICT field. So ICT systems, port inventory system. I have visited some port area where they are using technologies for monitoring the material transport from this place to that place. And they are, one operator is able to ascertain that, okay, where is my material? Everything is mechanized. No intervention of manual is there. Malicious threat, again, physical or cyber threat to port security may result in loss of equipment control, shutdown of safety systems, deletion or compromising of critical safety information, such as quantity and composition of hazardous loads. If we don't have the particular data, how much amount of material we are handling or how much material is there, we are not able to go for the hazard assessment or risk assessment. We will not be able to assess the hazard until unless you give the data. This amount of material is available, then only we can calculate how much amount is there. Parallelly, we don't have the knowledge right now. If I say on a real part, how many antidotes are available in our Paradip port, I don't know, and doctor will be able to tell me or not. How many medical facilities there in case of emergencies or say big chemical leakage, how will we assess it? These are the issues which we have to focus upon. Now, why it is required for the competence? We have ascertained that certain hazards are there, certain issues are there, but why it is required? First thing, we have already seen Beirut explosion, in Tianjin explosions, parallelly styrene monomer explosion in Ulsan, Korea. They have demonstrated that these all already took place. It is not that we are the first who are going to devise this competence or we are going for the dock safety part. But yes, we have already witnessed that Beirut got exploited. There are ports in India that today also uses ammonium nitrate. We are doing the business of ammonium nitrate. So measure should be there. We never know that anytime Paradip port can be the new business place for ammonium nitrate or this parallel type of chemicals. So in these things already we have seen ammonium nitrate is there. These events have prompted countries to enhance safety measures and ensure preparedness, focusing on regular port inspections to identify and address any hazards or irregularities. Illegal chemical storage or irregularities, follow-up actions to prevent unsafe practice. raising awareness, in this case educating authorities on safety protocols and response, review of law and practices, updating regulations, contingency plans and practices related to chemical handling. This is our part, and basically we are here, we discussed with the port authorities people also that if you want to amend something or not, it is not one side until unless we have the data that you want what amendment. For example, when we make a planning process and I am sitting in say this place Bhubaneswar or say Paradip, is there any probability of snowfall in Paradip? Snowfall anytime? No, never. So why should I make the plan for snowfall? But sitting in Jammu Kashmir, should I have to make the plan snowfall? Definitely yes. So that is why government is focusing on that part. We have made a plan, we have made a rules and acts. Is it applicable at each and every place? So we have to again go back and think on that process. Yes, we have made a plan. We don't require that plan for snowfall in this place, but definitely this plan should be there. Talking about cyclone, is there a probability of cyclone in Jammu Kashmir? No. But yes, Odisha, you have to go for the NCRMP 1 and 2. You all have heard this program, NCRMP, National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Program, where government has given you enough money to Odisha for this particular plan, and right now we are quite resistant, resilience for case of cyclone. So these are things comes into picture. Until unless we get the data, then only we can go for the reviews of laws and practices. Chemical inventories, again, maintaining accurate record of chemicals stored or transported at ports. That we have to cross-check. Somebody from port authorities could help me out that we have on-site plan of Paradip port or not. Paradip port authority, somebody is there? Sir, on-site plan we have. Do we have on-site plan of Paradip? On-site emergency plan. Parallelly, off-site plan is also there in Paradip. District magistrate is very much aware. So when you have already given the data, so in case of response mechanism, NDRF or any people can help us. But if we don't have that off-site plan, nobody can help us out at any place, anywhere in the country. Until unless that plan is there, I know very well how to respond. Only thing the DM will want that particular bunch of 4 or 5 papers. If you are able to give that papers, then only we can respond. Until unless, forget that anybody can help you out without knowing the enemy which we are going to fight for that. So if it is there, it's very good, and we expect that every year we update the data, that how number of chemicals we are handling, what is the basically data, what materials we are going to handle, what are the hazards, everything you have to give. Any QRA, risk assessment, everything you have to at least add on that particular document. That is your on-site plan. Off-site plan is not your purview, it is the district admission purview, so they will upgrade. International cooperation, sharing knowledge and review global instruments to address chemical hazards in short and long term. Again, they have good technologies and they are using real-time monitoring systems. For example, they have applications in the mobile itself, they can assess the hazards. For example, there is a chemical leak, they will tell you the soft zone, cold zone and hot zone, which are the zoning system. So talking about the case studies, we have around 4. First is Port of Cuba chlorine release. It took place at around 27 June 2020. Jordan, cause of incident was lifting cable snapped due to exceeding weight capacity and improper handling and failure in safety measures. Competence failures was lack of qualified personnel to supervise the operations, non-compliance with handling procedures and insufficient training and hazard communication. What were the consequences? 13 fatalities, numerous hospitalizations, widespread panic and evacuation. So we have to focus upon this particular part. What are the competence failure and do we have the right person, right man to do the job? If we are not focusing on this part, it is very tough for us to respond in case of real scenarios. Second, Beirut, very famous or say infamous explosion, 4 August 2020, detonation of ammonium nitrate stored unsafely for years in the warehouse. It happens. It is not that it is very much, we can close our eyes on these issues. Here, there are certain material kept in the port areas. It's a very big area. I know we are doing job, then I got transferred, somebody else will came. He is not able to assess the hazards related to that product. So the same thing happen over here. Failure to comply with proper storage procedures, inadequate safety measures, lack of inspections and hazard assessments. We haven't assessed the hazard. That is why it took place. Over 200 deaths, thousands injured, significant damage to surrounding areas and political unrest and protests. So it is not related to one place that everything happened. Just like Tughlaqabad, I give the example, 4,000 odd people are in panic conditions. Complete state is being in a sabotage conditions. What will we do? How to focus on that part? And even responders are in very tough situation. We never know what is this thing. Styrene leakage, again Visakhapatnam, 12 p.m. till 12 p.m. we don't know what is the antidote of styrene. It is a very worst condition that to give the name of the antidote, it took around 4 hours for the response agencies. So these are the antidote we could give, and this is the only thing by which the life of common people can be saved. As a port officials, this is our responsibility also to see the related issues. So, next, cargo tank styrene monomer explosion, where 28 September 29, Korea. Again, styrene monomer rupture due to runaway polymerization caused by elevated temperatures from nearby cargo. Competence failure, lack of temperature monitoring, failure to assess risk from heat sensitive cargo, insufficient crew awareness competency. The issue was that again, consequences, tanker damage, fireball reaching road bridge, 15 emergency responders injured, 6-hour firefighting operation. So whenever this type of equation comes into picture, we go for the consequences part, this happened, that happened, but before that we have to ascertain our competency. For example, styrene I cold, there was a gap between the knowledge sharing. It's only the knowledge sharing platform. If somebody has told that, okay, styrene has this antidote, we can easily mobilize from nearby any area through air route, no issues for that. But again, the information was, somebody asked somebody, again somebody asked somebody, sir, I was not on duty, everything comes into picture. Fourth is Tianjin port explosions, 12 August 2015, China. Again, cause of incident was overheated container of dry nitrocellulose triggered a series of explosions due to improper storage. Again, competence failure was failure to regulate and enforce safety standards, improper hazardous material storage, lack of monitoring and control of hazardous chemicals. 200 plus fatalities, hundreds injured, widespread environmental contamination, severe disruptions to regional and global supply chains. I am telling you this thing because these are the failures which are technological failures. But adding this on, if somebody is on malicious thought process, they can easily use all this thing, your competency, to make these particular chemicals as chemicals for mass destruction. So he knows in an area, populated area like Paradip, small leakage can cause a big chaos. Very easy thing. And he knows the property, you are in the plant, anybody knows, okay, sir, this is the styrene monomer, what it could do. So competence should be in that part which is very much required. Then port related incidents since 2000 and result fatalities. Why I am quoting? That you can see from 2022 to 2004. You can see location from Bangladesh, Texas, USA, Germany, China, Egypt, China, again Italy, USA and Algeria. So the figures are very large. Description you can very see, fire followed by explosion at a container depot storing hazardous substance. Propane pipeline explosion that sank a dredging vessel. Explosion and fire among pipelines. Again pipeline explosions. Explosion of 2 crude oil pipelines and fire. So all these things are quite related to your particular parameters, and daily basis you are seeing all these things. Okay, we are safe enough and we are happy enough that we are doing the safety parameters protocols. But we can say operation was storage, maintenance, process, storage, gas liquefaction plant. So we are into this picture. How many number of kills? It's very clearly more than 50, 450, and you can see that figure. Wherever there is a single death, then also issues comes. So you can see Capri, they have already clubbed all these details that yes, from 2004 inwards, right now 2024, accidents are there. We cannot avoid that accidents are not happening, or it is not being converted into a big issues. Now, key risk management elements for handling hazardous cargo in port areas is much required, and competency in port governance. First thing for port officials is much required, that what are the parameters you all have to focus upon. Port authorities, they have to do something, oversee safe handling, storage, transport of hazardous chemicals by enforcing safety protocols, guidance and compliance monitoring. Generally what happened, today we are in a very good lucky way, we can make a simple Google sheet and ask for the Likert skill questionnaire, either yes, no, 1, 2, 3 rating, very simple thing, just send a WhatsApp and ask the detail from the workers, what is the real time safety protocols we are being using, or where are we. It's a very simple formula that you ask on WhatsApp, sir, what are the, in a rating 1 to 5, where do you rate a safety this thing. Again after 3 months you will see the differentiation of data. Data is again interpolated, new people will come, no sir, I don't like the safety, somebody has given 5, somebody 0. So for a long time period we have to again go for this thing, that we have to put authorities should see oversee of handlings. Next, maritime authorities again rated to part-time, regulate vessel safety for hazardous chemicals, ensuring adherence to international standards like the IMDG code through inspection and audits. Regulatory agencies again have a role, because we have a multi-stakeholder group, everybody is there. They have to develop and enforce national frameworks for hazardous chemical management aligned with global standards to ensure safety and environmental compliance. Bodies are there, NDMA is there and MHA, parallelly Ministry of Labour is there, we are regularly working on these parameters. We are trying to devise new guidelines, revised guidelines, so that compliance can be maintained without disruption of the business or without doing all these things. ERTs or emergency response team, they have a different mechanism to follow. Specialized hazmat units respond to spill, leaks and fires, working with port authorities to develop emergency plan and conduct regular drills. What I'm talking about, the planning process, much required and parallel drill. I conducted a mega mount exercise in Reliance Jamnagar refinery 2019. So when we devise these things, and you know Jamnagar refinery is world largest refinery, so they follows all the safety protocols. They have a 200 odd ex-army people, ERT. So it's a very big unit that ERT is always there. CISF is deployed over there with n number of units. But then also when we have devised different scenarios, we are not able to achieve what we expect from the Jamnagar refinery. It is very evident because chemicals are there. It could happen anytime that your fire extinguisher could have failed, or the response you want in that time, 1 hour response, it came after 120 minutes. So all these things come to the picture. That is why we have to focus upon all these things, that how ERT focused in case of emergencies. Terminal operators, again stevedores, ensuring handling, segregation, labeling and storage of chemicals during loading, unloading and storage operations. Shipping companies or freight forward, these have to ensure compliance with packaging, labeling, documentation, rules for hazardous chemicals. Training program, monitoring and stakeholder collaborations are also much important. Parallelly, environmental measures is much required. Sorry. Implementation, spill containment. Environmental measures, again, implement spill containment, waste disposal, pollution control systems to minimize chemical hazards and environmental impacts. Talking about the issues, for example, dispersion remodeling is there. Inversion, we have to focus upon all these parts to at least minimize any case of hazards associated with the dock operations. Sorry. Again, we have to focus upon certain parameters like land use planning. Collaborate with local authorities to establish zoning regulations to ensure hazardous chemical storage and handling facilities are located from residential, commercial and environmentally sensitive areas. Again, it is much important. Government is doing all these things, but yes, parallelly, whenever we are going for these parameters, we have to focus and we can give stress on these parts. Risk assessment and buffer zones. Conduct thorough risk assessments to identify hazards associated with hazardous chemicals. Establish buffer zones and setbacks to protect surroundings area from chemical leaks, spills, fires and explosions. So I hope you all are doing mock drills. Everybody is doing mock drills. So during an emergency, say we got a news that say 10 people are fainted. So who will go first to the people? As a responder, who will go first to these places? 10 people are fainted in any location. You got the news and you have a doctor with you. Okay? So what could be the role of doctor in that case? What should doctor do? You just got a news that 10 workers are fainted. Should doctor go to the place where 10 people are fainted? What type of gases? Okay. So will we allow doctors to go to the location? Proper PP. Okay. Any other answer in that? Generally, what happened in case of any chemical emergency, we don't allow doctors to enter the hot zone. Why? Because doctor is the person who is going to treat us. So again, there is a golden rule that we will only allow paramedics to enter that confined zone with PPs. Or for the segregation of the victims, we only will allow paramedics to go. Why? If we in the port premises, how many doctors are there? Number of doctors? 10 to 15. Again, population is much more. 1,000 odd people are infected. And 10 people, one doctor has to take care of 100 odd people. So we never allow in case of response mechanism that doctor should enter in any hot zone. CISF is there, they know what the mock size. Doctor always sits beyond the cold zone, where there is no chance of any risk to the doctor. Because at that time, yes, definitely he is only the God who is going to save us. If you are allowing this doctor and he is infected, then who will treat us? That's why we always save the doctors and we allow paramedics, because they have to do the triage part. Triage, you know, segregation of the victims, who requires much intervention, who require later intervention. So these all things are much required in each and every case. So that is why emergency response planning, integration of emergency planning, land use planning, identifying this is much important during the response mechanism. And this is very much required for the competency part. We have to think. In case of general disasters, we go for the golden hour response. But whenever we talk about chemical part, the response time is only 40 minutes. If we are not responding in 40 minutes, we are not going to save life of anybody. Because through ingestion, absorption, the chemical will enter into the body of the workers. Environmental protection, stakeholder engagement, and public awareness education is also much required. Why public awareness? You will be in big trouble if certain chemical got leaked, on-site converted into off-site, and community got impacted due to your rule of business. You are handling a chemical and they are being infected. They can easily go to the court and they will say my health compromise or there is a fatal accident. It is because of your business. You are earning money. So it is very much required public awareness. If you hear a siren, I just witnessed a thing. I was doing an audit in any industry. A worker was there. He is having tea. So I asked the worker, if you listen a siren, what will you do? Sir, this is a small break is there because of siren. That means it is a tea break for the worker. Okay. If the siren continues for 2 minutes, sir, I think it's lunch break right now, and he's parallelly converted tea break to the lunch break. If it is extended, sir, might be it's an extended lunch break, and I will go after siren will stop. So this is a thought process of workers. They listen to the sirens and they interpret on their own mind. This is a big siren. Okay, I think everybody is doing lunch. So he's not following the SOP, and you can find these questions. Just go and ask to the workers. This is siren. What do you expect from siren? You will definitely say, sir, pata nahi hai. Yeah, he will say it could be a tea break. Or usko बढ़ा लेते हैं, because nobody is going to listen. The siren बज रहा है. Everybody is listening to the siren. So these are the issues which we encounter in the real scenarios. Then for emergency preparedness and response, certain important words are there. Information readiness is very much important. Data on hazardous chemicals, associated risk and safety protocols. We will not stop and we will say, okay, this is the SOP for handling this X chemical and this will be applicable on the Y chemical. We will never ever say this thing that we are going to repeat the SOP. Parallelly, we are going to handle a chemical without PPA is also not advised at any stage. Until and unless you know the properties of chemical, never ever enter the zone where you think that chemical is being leaked or chemical is going to create some issues. Coordination cooperation, yes, you do the mutual aid program, port operators, competent authorities, stakeholders are there for the emergency part, but it should be again cross-checked during the mock size that coordination or is there or not. Because we parallelly, when the DM and SP is sitting with me, then also coordination was not able to achieve in various districts. We have seen this thing. DM is there, SP is there, means complete system is with the entire scenario, but then also coordination is missing. Some people come after the mock size being over. Sir, you have told me to come and you have to implant a bomb in the, say, tent form, and we have implanted the bomb. So, what to do after the mock size got over? This we have seen. That means that is completely failure. You have planned a mock size that a terrorist attack is there, a bomb have been implanted, and the terrorist is attacking, waiting for that you people will come and see him. But you haven't came, and he will come back and report, sir, after 5 hours I am complaining, sir, you haven't reached my location. So these are scenarios which we have to devise. Training of staff, conducted drills, equipment maintenance, coordination with local authorities is also very much important. How to coordinate, local people should be quite aware, he should know what type of hazards we are dealing with. On-site coordination, incident monitoring and trans-boundary coordinations. Because ports are international borders, they generally transfer materials. You have seen the COVID part, how COVID came into picture. It entered from the boundaries only, borders only. There is no COVID in this area, in the country. So if we have stopped the gate and we have tried, but we are not able to achieve, yes, government have tried. 2017 onwards we are doing the training part, but then also we are not able to stop these things. So we can go for the transboundary coordination, how to do for ports near national borders or transboundary water courses, develop compatible emergency plans with neighboring or repairing countries, utilize industrial accident notification system to report incidents with transboundary effects and request mutual assistance when needed. Awareness and communication between operators. Again, it's much important that you should be very coordinated in this case by establishing a communication protocol. Everybody should know. For example, the siren part I told, if you hear a siren and you know that there is a leakage, you can devise a separate. Port authorities are there, they can help you out for this thing. Developing a shared safety culture, foster a collective commitment to safety and environmental protection among all port stakeholders. Because safety is everybody's choice and duty that we have to go for that part. Establish shared values, principles and goals that prioritize the safe handling, storage and transport of hazardous chemicals with promoting sustainability. You have seen in the big factories, for example, whenever you go in MNC or Japanese owned company, they will not compromise the safety part. There are the monitoring system. You do a one single failure in the safety part, they will throw you out of the company. They will not allow you in the next thing. Parallelly, the Germans, they also will not allow you. If the speed is 10 km per hour of the vehicle, if it is extended to 10.5, they will throw you out. This is the thing. But here I have seen trucks, they are trying to go in good speed and they want the pass from cars. Truck was overspeeding and car was not able to overtake that truck driver. Cargo complete field truck was there. 2:07 in the morning, we are coming to this place and truck was overtaking our car in say around 100 km per hour speed. So these are the issues which we have to focus upon. Maybe it is not for premises, outside the premises, but again the consequences will be the community. If one thing failed, again what we told about safety, it would be compromised. Encouraging incident and hazard reporting. It is very important that small incident could be reported to the this thing. It is not about the enforcement part that you are thinking if we report the incident again litigation matter will come to picture. No, it is not like that. The thought process should be changed that we have to at least inform so that small emergency is not converted into a disaster or crisis. It should not be like that. Providing training and education, hire, call for the good professionals who can train you. For example, CISF is there. They have a very good institution, NISA in Hyderabad, National Industrial Safety Academy. So where they train the group of officers of CISF, and they have to impart training for 1 week in NISA itself. Even in the armed forces also you have to go regular trainings, 2 weeks, 3 weeks trainings if you want to be promoted. It's not like that we are time bound promoting, 5 years we spent something and we got promoted. No, you have to be promoted on the competence basis, what you have delivered on the ground and what you are showing. Engaging stakeholders, actively involve local communities, authorities, NGOs in discussions about risks related to hazardous chemical operations, address concerns transparently, build trust and create awareness about safety measures in port authorities. So you have to focus upon that part. Psychosocial care should always be there. It's a very big and important thing. Natural hazards, again, it's the big issues right now. Tupras refinery is a very big case where earthquake of 10 hectare causes complete refinery to explode. So in this case again, natural hazards or natural technological risks and challenges are there. Ports are again vulnerable to hazards like storms, floods, cyclones, hurricanes, quakes, tsunamis due to overlying nature. These natural events can cause significant damage to the port infrastructure, disrupt operations and pose safety risks to workers and public. Recent again example include Iskenderun port in Turkey 2023, following a 7-point magnitude earth issues comes to picture. Lightning strike at a super tanker port in Cuba, rising sea levels and more frequent extreme weathers driven by climate change, tidal flooding, coastal erosion. So all these things comes to the picture. It will enter your premises. Again, we have witnessed an issue in this mining industry where Vedanta, you have heard, is a big company. Vedanta has a sub-vendor over there. He was digging the minerals from the ground in a place in Jharkhand. So he was digging the material and storing at some upper location. Past 25 years he was digging the material, storing on the upper hillside. And what happened once a heavy rain comes into picture, complete material comes into the premises of the plant. 7 feet complete stuck and plant operations completely disrupt. So these are the issues we haven't planned for 25 years back that what could take place. But after 25 years, 30 years, issues come. Again, I give you example, we have the port authorities or the buildings factories are quite 50 years back. So again, the life of the property is deteriorated. We do the maintenance part, but it is not as actual as we think. So again, these are the issues which we have to focus upon. Life is already completed, exhausted, we are doing the maintenance part. This is the rule of business. We go for this part only. So we have to focus upon this part also. Measures of mitigate NATEC is disaster preparedness plan you can make, resilient infrastructure or maintenance part, regular risk assessment, post hazard inspections, safety and environment management plans, and collaboration and coordination. So until unless you go for the paper part, making part, documentation part, it is very tough for any authorities or responders to ascertain. A very big and good case study we have heard, and I hope you also heard. There is a person named Rick Riscola. You have a twin tower attack, New York, 9/11. 9/11. So there is a person, his name was Rick Riscola. He was ex-veteran of US Army. So there was two towers basically, you heard, South Tower and North Tower. So generally first attack took place at South Tower. So when he seen the attack, he clearly witnessed that there is a big issue, and he was on 44th floor. And the announcement was that, okay, the South Tower has been hit, North Tower is safe, so don't try to be panic, nobody should evacuate the location. But he was a veteran and he knows there is some issues. He evacuated around 2679 people from the particular 44th floor, and then 840 first attack was there, 9/3 again, second plane come and hit to the North Tower. So he was a regular practitioner, he does the mock drill on regular basis. For example, we are doing a training and he will do the mock exercise. He will say fire is there, evacuation, 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 and he will do start evacuation. Because of that fundamental part, when the attack also took place, then also people know that we are not going to die with the fire, we are going to die with the smoke. That is the first part. So everybody knows that we have to crawl, we have to evacuate, we have to use the water, we have used cloth. So these are the SOPs which people have did in the earlier past. So we have to anticipate that issues will come. That is why post hazard inspection, safety and plan, collaboration, coordination. Until unless you have collaborated, mutually doing the work, so in case of emergency, real-time emergency, it will be very tough for us to ascertain the situations. Items to concern again, to port areas handling hazardous chemicals. First, management of warehouses or the areas where you are storing the material. Risk assessment, inventory control, labeling, site planning, structural integrity, land use planning, firefighting and fire water containment, and training and coordination. These are the fundamental 4 points wherein firefighting and fire water containment is big thing. Why I am quoting 9/11? Because USA also thought that nobody can do any harm to us. That was the worst part. And whenever we are quite confident that if nothing good will happen, definitely something is going to happen. This is the fundamental rule. That's why I heard in many issues in the discussion also, no, we are very, very safe, secure, safe. So this is the issues that we are somewhat more overconfident. This happened with the USA and we don't want anything happen with any place in India. So that is why we have to implement effective measures, strategies for all these things with the help of training and coordination. Additional challenges, location, again is a big challenge for us. Place is far from the place, again located near water bodies, transportation infrastructure, increasing the risk of exposure to external hazards such as severe weather, transportation accidents or incidents at neighboring facilities. Transportation risk is very, very evident, and I have seen the risk today itself. International trade compliance, again we have to go for the international compliance codes and follow the different rules. And emergency response complexities. Due to involvement of multiple agencies in the port areas, emergency response efforts require well coordinated planning and regular training exercise. For example, we have been stopped in the gate, you are not allowed, you are outside people, CISF will not give you permission to enter the premises. It is a good initiative that they have this thing. Then we have coordinated with multi-stakeholder people, sir, you allow us, somebody allowed us, okay, go inside the port area. Okay, so these are the issues which we have to face, and it's good, but during the coordination part, response part, to collect all the people in single place is very tough. Coordinated effort is very tough. CISF is there and they know very well. It is very tough for common people. And I am very clear that if I say some people to lift a person of 50 kilo from this space to outside that area, we all will lose our full energy. Because we never did this thing. Evacuation, keeping the people, this thing comes into picture. Again, then management of hazardous substance in port areas, the competency is very clearly that we have to focus upon types of hazardous substance. Is it a corrosive material, flammable, toxic, oxidizing? So we can quantify which type of materials we are handling, or we are handling petroleum products, for example, crude, gasoline, diesel, LPG, LNG, or explosives, ammunition is there, blasting agents is there, or hazardous waste. So with these properties, at least we can easily understand what would be the SOP, PMSDs to handle the situation, or number of responders required to cater the situations. Again, key management considerations for port officials, notification requirement, how to notify the issues, safe handling procedures, storage requirements, segregation of incompatible product, much important, and again quote, compatibility issues are there. we have to focus upon that part. Wharf storage time constraints limit the duration of hazardous substance can be stored on the wharf without proper cover to reduce the risk of exposure. Generally, we have seen in the area, yes, coal dust is there, and we are generally using the water spray everywhere. So, okay, it's okay for you, you have done your hazard assessment, but as a chemical engineering professional, I will say that yes, focus upon the hazards that come into picture wherever using water and other material. Emergency response procedures, develop clear emergency plans for chemical spills, detailing containment methods, evacuation protocols and communication steps. This we have seen the picture that incompatibility issues come into picture. We are using the same methodologies which we are doing for a number of chemicals. Management systems, again implement systems for training and communication. Tank storage and hazardous chemicals in port areas. Here we have to focus upon tank design and constructions, ensure tank meets safety standards and regulations. Use proper materials, thickness, welding techniques to prevent leak, ruptures, explosions. Incorporate features for long-term structural integrity, minimizing chemical leaks. So tank location, foundation and tank operations are much required. Tank maintenance, spill prevention control, fire prevention system. So all these things are much required. Implement fire suppression systems to mitigate the risk of tank fires. Very much important. Equip tanks with tank fire alarms and ensure a comprehensive emergency response plan is in place for fire-related incidents. This does happen because right now fire tenders are there. They know the old methodologies to go for the fire methodology. But for a long fire or a pool fire or a believe, the process is entirely different. How will you mitigate the believe fire? Again, you have to focus on that part. And it is not very easy to do mock exercise of believe. We will generally use a small tank and then we will let a fire in that and we will try to mitigate. But talk about n number of material, quantities large, the believe impact will be very, very different when we talk about the small mock size. So these things we must go for the worst case scenario, practice on worst case scenario, then only we are able to achieve what we want to achieve. Pipelines and hazardous chemicals in port areas, again, chemical hazards, physical hazards, corrosion hazards and environmental hazards are evident during the pipeline safety part. Pipeline often transport hazardous chemicals such as flammable or toxic gases, liquids. It happens in refineries, jetty transportation there. Small leakage can give a big problem to the authorities. Physical hazards, again, pipelines may be damaged during excavation or construction activities leading to ruptured leaks. Disasters also contribute. Corrosion hazards, again, metal pipelines are susceptible to corrosion due to exposure of salt water or other corrosive substances in port environment. Corrosion weakness pipelines increasing the risk of leaks or failures, and environmental, definitely pipeline leaks spills can cause significant impact on the environmental part. Your marine environment as well as other environment also be very much damaged and compromised. Loading, I have already quoted about the cargo handling incidents, crane and machinery accidents, fire explosions, structural failures, and fatigue and human error. So four are very known to you, but fatigue and human error again is a big thing. Fatigue caused by long hours, shift works or demanding schedules can impair judgment, concentration and reaction times. So increased fatigue raises the risk of human error contributing to accidents. So this is on a humanitarian ground, social part or say psychosocial part that we have to focus upon this part, fatigue and human error. To achieve the target, we should not force the workers. Definitely we are going to do some mistake and that will cause a chemical accident when talking about the chemical handling part. Temporary storage, again, intermediate storage, we have to focus upon proximity to other activities, limited storage space, environmental impact, security concerns, and temporary or extended storage issues. So the definition varies state to state, but whenever material comes into picture, what is the thing? I could give example of any explosive material. They will say that material has been imported from another country and we have just unloaded and transferred to other places. So we are not doing the storage part, but say for example 5 minutes also it is there. It is a continuous process. 5 minutes of tankers are coming or ship are coming, material is unloaded, so storage time is there. So we cannot say that we are not storing, but yes, we can say handling. And it is being handled, it is a part of storage. For 5 minutes storage or 10 minutes, it is a debatable topic. It is storage for 5 minutes or say 5 days. Again, people say 5 minutes is not a storage time, but there is nothing written in 5 minutes. It is there in your berth and you are telling we are not storing the material, but yes, you are transporting. So definition is there, but focus about this part. Here, how to go for this part. Managers must regularly review status of temporary storage and intervene when safety standards are at risk. Issue arise when unforeseen circumstances, example strikes, legal actions, etc. extend temporary storage periods beyond acceptable limit. So I know it is time is over and I will try to finish as soon as possible. I think Dr. Next speaker is ready, sir. Next speaker. Okay. Ready? Okay. So management of non-routine issues. For example, increased risk of chemicals confiscated or seized dangerous goods may have mishandled or improperly stored before seizures. For example, CISF say the ship might have transporting some material which is not known to us. And what will we do? We will seize the material. But we are not able to seize the properties of the material. That will again come into picture. So we have to focus upon that material also that we have seized is a much important issue. Parallelly, this increases the risk of violent and unpredictable reactions if not handled appropriately. Incomplete information, time constraints for response, and human error, again it's a big issue. In human error, the process of seizing dangerous goods involves multiple parties and complex chain of custody. Steward will come, worker will come and all will do some intervention, how they are handling, storing these materials is of big concern. This increases the potential for human error such as failure to segregate incompatible goods leading to serious consequences. So these are the major issues which we can focus upon. Chemical release, fire and explosions, environmental contaminations, injuries and fatalities, and loss of confidence. It's a big issue, erosion of trust in transport systems or organizations. So if we are focusing on this particular figure also, we can say that safety and security are parallelly connected. If one arm is not able to defend themselves properly, another is exposed. Parallelly, enhancing competency for materials is accidental release, intentional release, fixed site, road stop, in transit, choke point, and unloading. So these all parameters are much important. Then you focus upon this part, how to handle release points and incident reports. And when we talk about this part, what will fail? We have to go for revenue and business continuity. We have to have a plan of business continuity, competence part, preventing financial losses from operational disruptions, injury and fatality prevention. We are reducing injuries and fatalities in hazardous environment, environmental protection, explosion risk mitigation, mitigating explosion risk during storage and handling, fire safety preventions, and chemical exposure management, identifying and mitigating chemical exposure risk. See, problem is that in case of acute exposure or chronic exposure, there is a difference. Acute, okay, we have this thing, but chronic is very big issues. Talking about the just small diseases there, say pneumoconiosis or silicosis. Generally, workers in the mining industries or digging industries, they face this problem, or they are inhaling the dust. It will not give the symptoms in 1 year, 2 years. After 10-20 years, we will see, okay, the lungs has been affected, kidney has been finished. So these things are very big issues, and it's a long-term disruptions. It will call for the litigation part also. Parallelly, it will call the authorities to intervene in your domain. So we have to focus upon that part, that worker is following the proper SOP, using the proper PPA in inception phase itself. So we can easily mitigate. Thermal power plants do these things. They generally they have to do work and height type of thing. So they say the worker first 2 days you have to sit at around 120 feet, and if he is able to sit at that particular premises, the monitor will be checked, the BP will be checked, the blood test will be done, and there is no variation. Then only authorities allow these workers to enter the premises. Okay, now you are tested, you can work at height, then they allow. This type of procedure should be handled. So competency area for chemical exposure management. In this case, we have to focus upon identifying and mitigating risk and conduct health training sessions, provide access to MSDS and perform drills. Fire safety, implement training on fire response protocols, fire safety audits, and use of firefighting equipment. Explosion risk mitigation, training on hazardous area classification, and safe work practices for explosive prone environments. Environmental protections, you have to build the system strategies to train on spill containment and cleanup protocols. They use environmental safety audits and response simulations, and for injury and fatality preventions, conduct again workshops on worker safety protocols, first aid training, and risk assessment. You have doctors, I know competencies there, but again we have to refresh the mechanism regarding these things. For revenue and business continuity, provide training in business continuity, planning and operational risk assessments, and number of companies are there. You can approach these people. They will tell you about the business continuity planning. Community and stakeholder trust, conduct awareness campaigns, establish open communication channels, and prepare stakeholder engagement plan. It is not like that my boss is saying this and that, so we are not able to say clearly to him, okay, this thing is very much compromised. Community is not aware that which hazardous environment there, and this is the right of the community that you should have told these people these are the hazards associated with the business we are doing. National security awareness, again conducting security focused training, parallelly for CISF, and collaborate with law enforcement agencies for intelligence sharing and audits. Driver and carrier safety, conduct driver safety workshops, improve port logistics, provide secure staging areas for hazardous cargo, and chemical misuse prevention, train personnel on secure storage and inventory tracking, and conduct audits to detect and deter misuse of chemicals. We encountered a situation in 2018, sir, where generally we have, we all know the hospital part. During the operation they use anesthesia. You ever suna na? Anesthesia. So there is a small drug called fentanyl is used for as an anesthetic drug. Indore, a small chemist, a BSc pass chap, he has made opioids from that particular fentanyl, and it was using to kill n number of people in USA. Sitting in a lab, he was doing a small experiment. He has funded by Mexican country. Team of DRDO and DRI caught that man. और हमने पूछा why you doing? So I am getting the money. I have changed this particular chemical as a weapon of mass destruction. It's a very simple thing. Parallelly, a small this harpic is also being used, and they know the properties. So we have to focus upon that hazards. What could be done? A person has killed his boss in the washroom itself. Kaise? He has used that chemical, and whenever he flushed that part, some chemicals being come into that washroom area. 7 days he inhaled, 8th day is upside. So I will not tell you the name of the chemical. Number of boss will be finished then. So these are things which is very common to the people working in the system. Chemical misuse preventions. And this is very clear, PDNA, plan, do, check and act. It is very important that you focus upon this part. Plan first, assess the risk, hazards, threats and consequences. Do with the appropriate risk control measures. Control measures are functioning as intended, and act. Improve in measurement, training, auditing, learning from experiences, incident investigations and practices. Parallelly, there are certain rules also which we have to focus upon during the enhancement of competency. It is not that मैं कुछ भी बात बोलूं, it should be legally backed up. That is why regulatory knowledge should be there. Familiarity with Dock Workers Act, SOLAS, MARPOL or IMDG code. Parallelly, relevant regulations pertaining to India's Dock Works 1990, IMDG code. For risk management, we can go for the MSIC rules 1980. Factory at yes 48, you could get good document over there. Emergency preparedness, go for chemical accident. Emergency planning, preparedness rules 1996. There also you will get the data. Hazardous material handling, IMDG code 89. Equipment safety again talks about regular inspection, maintenance of mechanical systems, cranes, etc. Dock safety is there for lifting machine, tackles rules under Factories Act can also be seen, and it will provide you big insight of the relevant rules. Worker safety, you can go for the dock workers rules, and parallelly OSHA document are there. Factories Act 48, Chemical Accident Rules 26 for the incident management. Fire and explosion, Petroleum Rules 2002, Explosive Act 1884, Dock Workers Rules on Fire Safety. Environmental MSIC rules you have to see, EP Act 1986, 89 Hazardous Waste Rules. Security protocol, you can go for ISPS, International Ship and Port Facility Security, Dock Workers Rules. And technology relation के लिए IMDG code is there for automatic cargo handling and monitoring. So all these rules can be very much cited, easily available on the internet. Just we have to open the document and we can see certain relevant documents for as per our business rules. Training communications, again dock worker rules on training. Practice Act 1948, you can refer safety sections. Continuous learning, you can see IMDG periodic updates and MARPOL provisions. Cultural and behavioral safety, yes, for this part we have to focus upon the document given by ILO. They have made a good document on the conventions on worker safety. You can go for the important conventions related to your premises. And this is going to finish, no issues, both aapko lamba khich diya. This is the last slide, wherein competencies required for certain important parameters, right from knowledge of hazard classification and regulations to record keeping and documentation. So each and every competency requirement have different aspects and different relevant rules and citations. For example, we have to go for Indian standards like Explosive Act 1884, Rules 2008, Petroleum Act 1934, Gas Cylinder Rules 2016. So as per our business rules, we will focus upon for risk assessment and hazard identification, MSIC and Factories Act, Section 7 and 40A can be used. Safe handling, you can use IS 1446, Code of Safety of Handling. Storage of explosive, Petroleum Rules 2002. Emergency responders, CMP under NDMA guidelines, NBC you can see regarding the new building structure. Then also it will be a good relevant document for you. Safe transportation, Central Motor Vehicle Rules and Dangerous Goods 2008, Trading Certification, Explosive, MSIC. Parallelly, there are international also, you have taken a pic, or we will say these people to give you the presentation so that you can see the international guidelines and coding where we can get the relevant document. I know everybody is not going to work on each and every parameter, but yes, segregation is there. For example, some certain section of people are going for the record keeping and maintenance. Then also you can see IMDG code is there, OSHA 1910 1.120 is there, which talks about record keeping of hazardous material, how to do record keeping. So this is important. MSIC rules give certain documentation, but we have to refer certain international parameters. So all these things are very clear. European agreement, UNRTG, OSHA, HAZWAPER, PPA. So everything is quite relevant for you people whosoever is in technical system, and this particular matter can be sorted out. So with this, thank you very much for giving time, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. So after this ball packaging presentation, so we'd like to felicitate you. So may I request you again please come back to the dais, and to felicitate Dr. Kunal Sharma sir, I'd like to request Shri Janardhan Naik sir, Safety Officer, PPA. Will you please come up the stage and present the beautiful memento to the presenter, Dr. Kunal Sharma sir from DG Fastly. You please applaud, a huge applause for Dr. Kunal Sharma sir. Thank you so much. So now the time for session 4, and this is the last but not the least. Okay, so the session 4 is preparedness for medical emergency, and the topic is medical management strategies for dog emergencies. So now I'd like to call Paradip Port Authority. Will you please come up the dais and present this topic, medical management strategies for dog emergencies. Thank you.
afternoon, everybody. Thanks to all the dignitaries, those who have come from outside Paradip. Thanks to faculties for their sharing vast knowledge so that they can be utilized in our Paradip Port Authority and it will perform better and there will be less casualty. With this, I now start my presentation. I am Dr. Lakshmikar Padhuria, Senior Medical Officer, Paradip Port Authority Hospital. As Sir has been told, we are very well known. Every year we face 2 to 3 cyclones and we had our SOP and mitigate plan so that we have overcome all these cyclones very nicely. The first aid. Prevention is better than cure, as everybody knows, and all those the things they have told us how to store the hazardous materials and how to transfer those materials. Still then we come across some type of hazard or casualties. Then we realize how we should tackle those situations. So far, the preparedness of Paradip Port is concerned. Regularly there is we do mock drill with the port management and the collaboration with CISF so that we mobilize our medical staff and utilize our equipment to face such situations. In first aid, as all of you know, first aid is immediate skill assistance rendered to a victim in case of an accident, injury or sudden illness before medical aid is available. As I was telling, the medical personnel may not be available everywhere. In that case, when there is an incident occurs, the colleagues or anybody present there, his duty is to how to save that patient and what the healthcare he render and take the person to the hospital for treatment. That is the first aid. The objective of first aid. Why we do first aid? So the objectives are to save life, to prevent victims' condition from worsening. If there is injury, if we let in such a condition that then there will be much bleeding, so there will be circulatory failure. To promote early recovery, if we do proper first aid, then recovery will be fast. To give relief from pain and discomfort. If there is a fracture or something, then immobilization is a prime important during that point so that further injury should not be happen. Then the victim should be transferred to hospital in proper position. The first aid, as you know, we have provided to each and every unit of our port area the first aid box. In that box we usually provide all those materials so that their minor injuries or incidents they can take care of there. Again, basic first aid, the immediate care given to an injury or sudden illness does not take the place of proper medical treatment. It does not replace. The first aid is the first care given at the point of incidence. Legal consideration implies implied consent involve an unresponsive victim in a life-threatening condition. It is assumed or implied that an unresponsive victim would consent to life-saving help. Only perform first aid assistance for which you have trained. If you have trained, then only you do the first aid, otherwise you will harm much. So help someone, ask for help so that he will or some other one will take care of the first aid. As sir our previous faculty was telling that how doctors should not first enter to the scenario. Here we have given that in a DRABC. DR, when you have to check for danger. If there is an electrical incident is there, then you should not touch the patient. First switch off the switch off so that the power cut will be there and you will be safe. Check the response. If victim is unconscious, then check whether he is alive or not. Then in the ABC, A is airway. As you know, breathing or airway is our respiratory tract where we take our respiration. If there is blockage, then we cannot take respiration. So there will be decrease of oxygen supply to our brain. So we have to take care of our airway. So to know the blockage of airway, we have to open the mouth and see how, if there is foreign body, then we will take out the foreign body and so that the airway will be patent. Then we check breathing. Breathing, if you look at the chest or abdomen, it will rise and fall. From that, we can observe the respiration is going on. If it is not visible, then we try to hear the victim's breathing. Check for circulation, blood circulation. For circulation of blood, we have to feel the pulse, radial pulse or carotid pulse. This is the methods where someone is how to check the airway. Here this person is looking for breathing. By this method, he is trying to hear the breathing of that person. And in the unconscious patient, he is checking the patient and try to know whether he is conscious or not. A for airway. To open the airway, place your hand on the casualty's forehead. See, putting one hand on the forehead and the other on the chin. And opening the mouth, by that he is trying to see the airway. Place your one hand on the casualty's forehead and gently tilt the head back. Leave the chin with 2 fingertips. Then look into it and see whether airway is potential airway is maintained or not. Breathing. Look listen and feel for normal breathing for 3 to 5 seconds. Look for chest movement. As I earlier mentioned, look for chest movement. Listen at casualty's mouth for breathe sound. Feel for air on your cheek. If there is someone who thinks that there is compromise of say circulation, then immediately you should start cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It is the first aid technique help people who suffer a cardiac arrest. It involves doing chest compression and rescue breath to keep the casualty alive until a defibrillator arrives. So, at the point of incident, one should do CPR, and once the patient is, the circulation or pulse is failed, then immediately he should bring to the hospital for further management, where defibrillator is available. Further management can be done in hospital only. This is the method of adult CPR, and it is shown to the participant in periodical safety routine in our regular basis in our administrative building. This is showing how CPR is doing. After 30 chest compression, give 2 rescue breaths till the casualty slide backward, lie your chin and then pick the nose. Make a seal over the mouth and breathe for approximately 1 second. This is the method mouth-to-mouth rescue breathing. Continue the cycle for 30 chest compression to 2 rescue breaths until help arrives. If there is more than one first aider, swap over doing chest compression regularly. This is the picture of post CPR recovery, and this is the recovery position after regular pulse is failed. Patient is kept in this position and shipped to the hospital. This is the recovery position. During day-to-day life, we also come across the choking to mitigate this choking. These are the methods. Make a fist with one hand and place just above the navel and well below the rib with thumb and finger side towards you. In this position, the fist is to be kept, and then this maneuver is to be practiced. In case of choking, this method is also applied to the patient. the abdominal thrust, back slap, in case of child, this is the position and back slapping so that the foreign body will come out. Now, as everybody told about the chemical injury, fire injury, that every injury produces infection. As you know, skin is the largest organ of our body and it is the defense part of our body so that any organism cannot enter in a healthy skin. To enter into the body, organism needs any abrasion or any injury so that they can enter through that injury part to our body. So there are several types of wounds. Open wounds, a break in the skin surface that results in external bleeding and may allow bacteria to enter the body that can cause infection. The wounds may be abrasion on the top layer of the skin removed with routine or no blood loss. This is the superficial injury. Then lacerated injury or laceration, a cut skin with jam, irregular edges and caused by a forceful tearing away of skin. This is usually happens during road traffic accident, during riding of cycle or motorcycle. Incision injury. In incision injury, it is the marginal clean. It is cut by knife or something sharp object. So the injury are not lacerated, whether it is skin or clean. Puncture injury. Opening. In opening there is puncture injury. In puncture injury there is star. If there is a star by knife or so that the deep injury, the penetration will be deep. So underlying organs may be also affected. Maybe lungs, maybe liver, maybe kidney, or maybe intestine. The avulsion flat of skin is torn, loose, and is either hanging from the body or completely removed. In the last amputation, cutting or tearing of a body part such as finger, toe, hand, foot, arm or legs. Many times such type of injuries are also come from our post-operation time to our hospital. This is one injury. This is also heart injury. Sometimes during part operation, such type of injury also comes to our hospital. This is the usual injury we come across in our hospital. basic first aid for wounds. To prevent infection and do a proper dressing, we wear gloves, control bleedings and wound is suture so that it can heal earlier and infection can be prevented. Wound care. Remove small objects that do not flush out by irrigation with sterile tweezer. In lacerated wound, there is so other foreign objects are attached to the wound, so we have to remove all those foreign bodies before suturing the wound and arresting the bleeding. These are the clinical part. The sign of wound infection. If the wound is infected, there will be swelling around wound, there will be redness, there will be sensation of warm, and throbbing pain will be there, and later on there will be fever. If there will be fever, then we come to know that there is infection. So we have to take care accordingly. Why we do dressing? We do dressing to prevent bleeding because blood is important. First we have to prevent bleeding, prevent infection, so that further patient can be cared earlier. The same repeat one. Bandage. These are the clinical part. Amputation. What to do? Control the bleeding. Because if bleeding will continue, then there will be circulatory failure and patient will go to shock. So, if there is profuse bleeding, a direct pressure on the site is given to prevent bleeding. How we take care of the amputated part? The amputated part does not need to be cleaned. Wrap the amputation part with a dry sterile gauze or other clean cloth. Put the wrap amputation part in a plastic bag. Before we sending it to the many of the plastic surgeon, we do all these things and seal the part along with the patient to the higher center for further removement. Control method for the external bleeding, direct pressure, stop most bleeding. So whenever there is bleeding, without saying anybody, you might have immediately, reflexly put pressure over the wound. In the whole, if there is no clean, no gloves or any gauze is there, then a clean cloth can be put over the wound and it should be pressed. Then that part is to be elevated above the heart so that there will be no further bleeding. Control method for internal bleeding. Signs of internal bleeding. Bruise or contusion of the skin. If there is contusion that means swelling below the skin, then internal bleeding is going on. Painful, tender, rigid, bruised abdomen. If there is abdominal bleeding, then there will be tenderness. On temptation, it will be rigid. Usually, abdomen is soft, but if bleeding is going on, it will be tender and rigid. And patient will start vomiting. If there is GIE, gastrointestinal tract bleeding, then the blood will pass through stool, that is called blood stool. What to do? For severe internal bleeding, follow these steps. Monitor ABC, keep the victim lying on her left side, that is the recovery position. Treat for shock by raising the victim's leg. So when we admit the patient and there is circulatory failure or low blood pressure, we usually say, put your pillow below your legs instead of your head. These are the method of controlling your bleeding. Shock. Shock refers to circulatory system failure that happens when insufficient amount of oxygenated blood is provided for every body part. That can be as the result of loss of blood due to uncontrolled bleeding or other circulatory system problem. As it has been told earlier that to mitigate the shock, we have to replace the blood with blood. But if blood is not available immediately, we have to hydrate him with some other blood-like substances. What to look for? If there is insufficient blood supply to brain, then there will be alternation of mental status. Patient will be disoriented. He will be restless. And in the peripheral part of the body, like limb, palm, feet, it will be cold and clammy. So from that we can guess there is probability of shock. And on palpation of radial pulse, it will be rapid and thread. Here how his head is lower and leg part is higher side. After treating life-threatening injuries such as breathing or bleeding, the following procedure shall be performed. Lay the victim on his or her back, raise the victim's leg 8 inches to 12 inches to allow the blood to drain from the leg to the heart. Prevent the body heat loss by putting blankets and cots under and cover the victim. This is the burn case, and whether it is fire burn or chemical burn, any burn, we have our first duty is to take the patient from the site to the safer side and then put clean water over him to mitigate the burning and then start treatment. divided our body part to 100 by when we start calculating the loss of body fluid and the blood of treatment. So 999, that is our hand part is 9, both hand are 18, our chest and abdomen 18, back part is 18, leg is 18, and both leg 18, 36, and the groin part is 1%. By doing this, we calculate and maintain the fluid of the patient so that there will be no further circulatory failure. On classification, first degree burn. First degree burn is the superficial burn. Only skin's outer layer, that epidermis, is damaged. Symptoms include redness, mild swelling, tenderness, and pain. Usually heals with scarring, as treatment is not needed. What to do in that case? Immerse in cold water for 10 to 15 minutes or use cold wet cloth. Cold stop burning process, may use other liquid. The second degree burn is partial thickness. Epidermis and upper region of dermis are damaged. Symptoms include blister. You have seen blister after burn, then that is second degree burn. For second degree burn, what to do? Same, immerse in cold water or wet paper. Give aspirin, ibuprofen or paracetamol, but do not break the blister. Third degree burn, full thickness, severe burn that penetrate all the skin layers into the underlying fat and muscles. Symptoms include burn area appears grey, white, cherry red or black. There is no initial edema or pain. Why there is no pain? Because there is damage of nerve. Nerve either take this pain sensation to the brain so that we feel the pain. When the nerve is damaged, there is no pain. In third degree burn, there is no pain. So here what to do? Usually not necessary to apply cold to area of third degree. Do not apply ointment. Apply sterile and non-sticky dressing. And here we have to check ABC. If there is much blood loss, then we have to treat for shock. Here, as I have told the 9 rule, the 1 pound, that is 1%. So here, a total, this part is 18%. So this much of area has been contaminated by or burn, so it is likely to 9 to 10%. Burn injury can be classified as follows: thermal or heat, caused by flames, hot objects, flammable vapors that ignites, steam or hot liquid. Here what we should do: stop burning, remove victim from the source. As I have told earlier, first patient to be taken to the safe place. If open flame, smother with blanket, cot or similar item and have victim roll on ground. Then evaluate the depth of burn, a chemical burn. If any of our faculties have called hazardous materials, how to handle, how to store. During that, they have already mentioned the injury from chemicals. The result of caustic or corrosive substance touches the skin and caused by acids, alkali and organic compounds. What to do? Remove the chemical by flushing the area with water. Water is needed every time. Brush dry powder chemicals from the skin before flushing. Take precaution to protect yourself from exposure to the chemical. Remove the victim's contaminated clothing and jewelry while flushing the water. Flush for 20 minutes to all chemical burns, skin, eyes. Cover the burn area with dry sterile dressing. Then check medical health. Electrical burn. A mild electrical shock can cause serious internal injury. There are 3 types of electrical injury: thermal burn, flame. Objects in direct contact with skin are ignited by an electrical current, mostly caused by the flames produced by the electrical current and not by the passage of the electrical current or arc. Arc or flash occurs when electricity jumps or arcs from one spot to another. Mostly cause extensive superficial injury. True electrical injury. What is true electrical injury? That is when you come with contact. It is occurs when an electrical current freely passes through the body. That is true electrical injury. What to do? Make sure the scene is safe. Unplug, disconnect or turn off the power. This is the foremost duty to take care the true electrical injury. If that is impossible, call the power company or EMS for help. Do not contact high voltage wires. Consider all wires line. Do not handle dial lines. Do not come in contact with person if the electrical source is alive. So, do not touch to the person who has come in contact with electricity. Then, as usual, check ABC of the patient. Now the fractures. This is the common problems when port operation is going on. Some vehicles are collides to our employees or workers. Then they came to hospital with this condition. Then what is fracture? A break or crack in the bone. Most commonly, motor vehicle accident or accident related to fall and recreational and sports activities. There are 2 categories of fracture. Fractures, it has been divided into 2 categories. Simple fracture, that is clogged, skin is intact and no wound exists anywhere near the fracture site. But inside there is bone is breached, but skin is intact. The skin over the fracture has been damaged or broken. The wound will be result from bone puncturing, protruding through the skin, that is open injury. One is closed, the This one is compound injury or open injury. Sign and symptom. Knee here a bone snap, pain and tenderness, difficulty moving injury body part, report of grafting sensation, shortening of injury leg, arm, unusual angle or position of the body part. What to do? Prevent motion to injury part or adjacent joint so to prevent further injury to nerve or any blood vessel. Apply splint. The better thing is to apply a splint so that the mobilization can be minimized. Splint body part in position as found, prevent injury area from moving, check for circulation before and after splinting. Otherwise, the distal part of the injury will be cut off from the blood supply and that there may be gangrene. Checking for spinal injury. Spinal injury, head injury may indicate that there are possible spinal injuries. It may have been moved suddenly in one or more direction, damage the spine. So, to evaluate what to do, look for general sign and symptom. In that category, painful movement of the arm or leg, numbness, tingling sensation, weakness, burning sensation, the arm or legs, loss of bowel and bladder control, paralysis of the arm or legs, and deformity. These are the spinal injury because from spine, the spinal nerve are coming out. If there is spinal injury, nerve also injured. What to do? Stabilize the victim against any movement. Everywhere, in case of fracture, there is need of immobilization. Unresponsive victim, look for cut, bruise and deformity. Test response by pinching the victim's forehead, victim's hand and bare foot. If no reaction, assume the victim may have spinal injury. Responsive victim. If a patient is response to verbal command or to pinching, then upper extremity check, victim uses fingers. Victim feel rescue squeezer finger. Victim squeeze a rescue sign. Victim, then we know victim is responsive to some stimuli. Lower extremity checks. Victim uses toes. Victim feels rescuer's squeeze toe. Victim pushes foot against rescuer's hand. These are the reflex movement. Sprain. For sprain, we need to give rest, ice, compression, and elevate the part. Fainting or losing consciousness. Fainting is a brief loss of consciousness and is the result of an interference with the function of brain. If blood supply is minimized to the brain, then there will be a fainting attack. There are many causes of unconsciousness, the most common of which are fainting, head injury, epilepsy, stroke, poisoning, diabetes. In diabetes case, when there is hypoglycemia, there is low blood sugar, then there will be fainting effect. His consciousness is decompromised, so at that time, don't give patient anything to eat or drink, because it will obstruct his airway, or the liquid will be passed into the lungs. So don't allow the person who has just fainted to get up until the victim is fully conscious. If the area is warm, don't crowd around the victim. Catch the person before he or she falls, because if you leave it in that stage, much injury can be done. If the person and see if she moves or open her eyes, examine the injuries and causes of unconsciousness. Tilt head back and keep arm at right angle to body. Raise the leg, it has been discussed earlier. Heat stroke. During summer season in Odisha, we have many times come across the heat stroke. That is why we kept one cabin kept for the patient. It strikes suddenly with very little warning. When the body's cooling system fails, the body temperature rises fast. This creates an emergency condition. The signs are the temperature of the body is very high, hot, and dry. The skin is red with no sweating. If there is no sweating, you should not be happy, because you have lost much of the body fluid, so that there is no sweating. And fast, there will be pulse running fast, so fast flow, pulse, dilated pupil, there will be confusion, and sometimes he might lose consciousness. What to do? Lower the body temperature by removing or losing the clothing or fanning the person. Put ice pack or cold compression to the neck, under the armpit and the groin area. We should check all those areas. We should, for maximum benefit, we should put cold compression on this area. Drink lot of fluids, and those who perspire more should drink as much as fluid as possible. Stay away from the place there is hot. ORS, everyone knows. ORS during journey in hot weather, you should always keep this life-saving solution with you. Nose bleeding, nothing to discuss much about nose bleeding. Poisoning. As our previous sir has been told, ingestion, inhalation, all these poisoning case, we come across ingestion, how we do gastric lavage, and in case of inhalation, how the patient is to be taken out from the site and keep in the hospital, in the ventilator, or to rescue him. Heart attack. Heart attack. Heart attack in the winter season, in the last 1 month, we have seen in our hospital 2 to 3 heart patients. So, when there is chest pain, sweating, tendency of vomiting in the early morning or dead of the night, you should come forward to our any hospital, seek medical advice without delay and thinking that it might be hyperacidity. So come early and check so that you save your life. And as information has come, Deputy Chairman has been arrived, so I will conclude in my PPT here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, may I request you again, please come back to the dais for the felicitation. So, I request to Mr. Janardhan Naik, sir, the Safety Officer, PPA, to felicitate our presenter of the session 4. You please present the memento and rotary. Okay, so now the time for closing ceremony. So, our delegates have already arrived here. So now, first and foremost, I'd like to welcome on the dais to take the seat, Shri Hazardous Gupta sir, Deputy Chairman, Paradip Port Authority. Let's welcome him again on the dais. With a huge round of applause, everyone. So next, I'd like to welcome on the dais Professor B.C. Makeup sir, IIT Kharagpur. So let's welcome him back on the dais with a huge round of applause. Okay, so next, I'd like to welcome Shri Sumit Roy sir, CIGS, DG Factory. Let's welcome him again on the dais with a huge round of applause. Last but not the least, let's welcome Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra sir, the Director of DG Factory. Let's welcome him on the dais again. Okay, so first I'd like to request Shri Sumit Roy sir, who is the Chief Inspector of Dog Safety, DG Factory, to give the summary of key takeaways.
Thank you, madam. And I think after the day-long deliberations of the technical sessions, we are finally into the closing session, wherein I have to deliver the key takeaways for this entire day's effort that has been taken. So the day basically started with the welcome address from the Paradip Port Authority, wherein it was highlighted that the port's role, the Paradip's port's role as the India's #1 major port, and if it was emphasized, it has again emphasized its commitment to dock safety and the environmental stewardship. The port has also reaffirmed its dedication to integrating the safety protocols and setting benchmarks for excellence in hazardous chemical handling, and with the gratitude to the DG Fastly and IIT Kharagpur and all the stakeholders for the collaborative efforts in organizing this workshop. During the introductory address, it was emphasized the significance of the safety regulations in the port operations and their alignment with the various standards, and it was also highlighted the DG Fastly's efforts in capacity building and in commitment to fostering a culture of safety across the Indian ports. During the special address by Professor Makeup from IIT Kharagpur, he has provided his experts guidance, and he has stressed the importance of the academia and the industry partnership to develop the innovative safety solutions. During the special address by Shri Hazardous Gupta, Deputy Chairman Paradip Port Authority, he has reinforced the Paradip Port's commitment to safety, acknowledging the invaluable support of DG Fastly and other technical institutions in enhancing the safety standards. During the presidential address by Shri P.L. Harnad, Chairman Paradip Port Authority, sir has lauded the collective efforts of all the stakeholders for organizing the workshop, and also announced his plans to host an international workshop in Odisha, bringing together the global experts under one umbrella, and also emphasized the importance of the continuous improvement and innovation in ensuring safety across maritime operations, apart from highlighting the various initiatives that has been taken by the Paradip Port Authority to improve its operations and integrating safety in all its activities. During the technical session, the first session was on the regulatory frameworks, which has provided a detailed overview of both the national and international regulations for handling of the hazardous substances. And during this session, it was stressed upon that the importance of the strict adherence to the regulatory frameworks and how the we have to go beyond the regulatory compliance to continuously improve our safety systems. During the expert session from Professor Maika, IIT Kharagpur, in the risk mitigation, sir has explored the risk mitigation techniques for the managing various hazardous substances, like the managing of the dust, flammable gases, and the hazardous cargo materials. He has also discussed during his session the role of technology and the data-driven approaches in reducing the dock-related hazards. Sir, your deliberation was really helpful and has added a great value to the entire workshop. In the third session presented by Dr. Kunal Sharma from DG Fastly on occupational safety and competence building, he has very elaborately, he has highlighted very many case studies. Thereby he has tried to interlink the various scenarios through which the accidents can take place, and he has focused on the competencies that needs to be built up, ensuring effective supervision in hazardous cargo handling that has benefited the entire participant today during this workshop. The fourth session was delivered from the Senior Medical Officer of Paradip Port Authority on the preparedness, and Sir has basically given an overview of the first aid measures, various medical conditions that may arise during dock work, and how the medical management of such situations can be done, which has also added in concluding the workshop very nicely. And finally, we are into this closing session. So on my behalf, I deeply feel that yes, we have been able to deliver and we have been able to achieve the aims of the workshops. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now, I would like to request Professor B.C. Makeup sir to express his experience for today's workshop. Let's welcome him again. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. So now we have come to the end closing session. I am very glad to see that more than 107 participants attended this course, and house is completely filled, and some was just sitting in the passage also. It is a grand success, and I must congratulate both DVI as well as the Paradip Port Authority for arranging such a nice workshop, which is give the awareness as well as some sort of training to the port officers as well as the industries which are nearby, maybe in the Paradip area. And the content of the different presentation which is presented regarding the different regulations as well as the mitigation strategy, health strategy, it is really no doubt it is much helpful, and I also learned something from this talk. So overall it is a really good awareness workshop, and the collaboration between the IIT Kharagpur as well as the Firstly, it is no doubt a novel approach. So with this, I thank you all of you, and I believe that if part of this thing goes to your everyday work, then different accidents and injuries, etc., may be prevented. So with this words, I thank you once all of you for joining. Thank you very much.
So now I would like to request the Deputy Chairman, Shri Nilagro Das sir, to give the special address.
I have been told कि चाय वाला break भी because of the rain couldn't take place, and my CME has just given me a big speech. I know how it will be taken. So distinguished guests on the stage, and all the maybe very enriched but tired participants, as Professor Saab has said. After joining the service, I had a academic background in something completely else prior to joining the civil services, and after joining the service, I completed my LLB and LLM, and I'm currently doing my PhD. Prior to joining the service also, professors are very difficult and troublesome because they are so deep and we are so away. After joining the service, when I attended my classes, it was really difficult. So my commiserations to you. But as Professor Saab has said, even if 10% of what he has said or he has shared is implemented, if that gets reflected in our daily practices, I am sure he will also be happy and we would have done better and this workshop would be a success. So I'll skip most of what very nicely Sushil has worked hard to write, but I would like to just express my gratitude and show my appreciation to the initiative by DG Fastly, where it has brought three very important pillars. That is the academia, which is the repository of all knowledge. That is where the research happens, where the knowledge grows and the knowledge stays. The stakeholders, the users, that is the port authorities, the stakeholders, the people who actually use it. And then DG Fastly, which is the authority, that is the regulatory body which ensures that what is latest in the field, what is to be done and what is to be minimally achieved as a benchmark is established. So I am very glad to note that this Sangam, this Samagam of these three important pillars has taken place in Paradip today. As our chairman has very clearly said in the morning, we are in a continuous process of bettering ourselves in following safety parameters because we deeply believe that the loss of even a single life is non-negotiable. We cannot take that forward. At the same time, any accident pushes not only the port behind but also hits our morale. It takes us back and the way forward is stalled. At the same time, there is a loss to assets and overall there is a loss to the GDP of the country. And therefore, it is extremely important to continuously remember that safety should be the first step to any kind of progress, any kind of development, any kind of work. And I commend DG Fastly for its continuous endeavor. As Chairman Sir also said that often operations and safety are non-complementary. They are thought to be antagonistic or they are thought to be enemies of each other because it is often thought that productivity may be stalled if we have overemphasis on safety, or that when we push productivity, safety standards are compromised. But I believe that we at Paradip Port have witnessed that the two are complementary, that when we follow safety standards, we can achieve better productivity, and when we achieve better productivity, the way to better productivity goes through better safety standards. And therefore, all the people who are here, I would like to just request this one thing, that whatever we have today learned, whatever was the takeaway, whatever was the feedback or the food for thought that was generated, as Professor said that there were 107 candidates here. Now each person should multiply this knowledge amongst others, and that would be the actual takeaway, that would be the actual feedback or the value add that such workshops can achieve. If all of us can go and then put this knowledge into practice and slowly imbibe it as a daily culture in our respective workspaces, be it at the dock or outside, then I believe that in the long run, it will not only ensure that we are accident-free, but also that we are more efficient, we are more effective, and we are more productive in a very safe and progressive manner. My congratulations to my colleagues from Paradip Port also, who have collaborated with DG Fastly in making this workshop on handling hazardous chemicals a grand success. As our chairman already said, we look forward, let this be a dry run, we look forward to hosting a workshop of international standards where we will have much better interaction, better space, better refreshments. Tea will not have to be postponed because of rain. And I believe that that is the way forward. Safety is not a one-day workshop, it is not a manual, it is not a lesson. It is a way of life, it is something that has to be done every day and has to be done as the first step to anything else that we do. So my best wishes to all the people who have participated. You are the true heroes. And my heartfelt thanks to Professor Saab and all the other technical experts who have come here and shared their knowledge. And my congratulations to DG Fastly and my colleagues from Paradip Port Authority for having organized this excellent workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now the time for felicitation round at the closing ceremony. So first, I'd like to request to come forward Mr. Ravi Shankar Nirwala, the Under Secretary, Ministry of Labour, Government of India. So may I request our Deputy Chairman, sir, to felicitate Mr. Ravi Shankar Nirwala, sir.
Should I hug it?
Come on, give a big round of applause on this special occasion. Congratulations, sir. Next, I'd like to request Shri Harendra Bhandari, sir, Deputy Director, DG Fastly, to please come forward. So let's welcome sir again with a huge round of applause. Next, I'd like to request Mr. Somasekhar, sir, who is the Inspector, ITS Paradip. Thank you. So now I'd like to thanks to Deputy Chairman, sir, for being a part of this evening. So here we are going to felicitate our next awardee, none other than Shri Sushil Chandra Nahat, sir, CME PPA, and I request to Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra, sir, who is the Director of DG Fastly, to felicitate Shri Sushil Chandra Nahat, sir. Come on, clap, clap, clap. Okay, no, lastly for the voter thanks. Okay, so for voter thanks, I'd like to request Sri Vipul Kumar Mishra, sir, Director of DG Fastly, to give the voter thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Respected Chairman sir, जो अभी ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए हैं थ्रू यूट्यूब, श्री PL हरनाथ सर, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी DG फासली श्री आलोक मिश्रा सर, डिप्टी चेयरमैन नीलाब्र दास गुप्ता सर, प्रोफेसर PC मैकअप सर, माय कॉलीग श्री IDS श्री सुमित राय सर, श्री रविशंकर निराला जी सर, and dear participants, this vote of thanks is a long list is there, sir. So it's my privilege to extend a vote of thanks at the conclusion of this enriching and impactful one-day workshop on dog safety and handling hazardous chemical. This workshop has brought together some of the finest minds and professionals dedicated to advancing safety standards in our docks and port operation. At the outset, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Sri PL Harnath sir, Chairman PPA, Sri Nilabd Das Gupta sir, Deputy Chairman PPA, and Sri CME sir. इसके बाद my sincere thanks to Sri Alok Mishra sir, Joint Secretary, Director General, for articulating the government vision for dog safety and broader implication for industrial nationwide. I would like to express my appreciation to Professor BC Makeup sir, Head of Chemical Engineering, IIT Kharagpur, for his invaluable technical guidance and delivering an informative session on managing risk associated with hazardous material. Your expertise continues to inspire us and guide us, sir. A special thanks to Dr. Kunal Sharma, sir, Deputy Director DG Fastly, for his enlightening session on enhancing competence in handling hazardous cargoes. This was very nice, sir. Your focus on building skill and capacity among safety professionals was highly impactful and aligns seamlessly with objective and of the workshop. I also express my gratitude to Dr. Lakshmidhar Paduria for his nice session. Thank you, sir. My sincere gratitude to Sri Sumit Rai, sir, CIDS, for his spearheading for initiative and sharing the extensive knowledge and on safety regulation and international best practices. I also thanks to Chief Mechanical Engineer Sri Sushil Nahak, sir, my colleague Sri Bhandari, sir, Deputy Director, Sri Janardhan Naik, Sri Som Sekhar ji, Inspector Paradip Port, for his sincere efforts for successful completion of this workshop. Also, I would like to recognize and thank all the participants representing various organizations across the maritime and industrial sector. Your active engagement, enlightened contribution, and shared experience have enriched today's discussion. It is your collective effort that strengthens the safety in our ports. A special mention to the team of Paradip Port Authority and DG Fastly, who worked tirelessly to organize this workshop. Without your planning and dedication, this event would not be possible. I would also take this opportunity to request all the participating organizations to nominate their representative for future workshop and training sessions conducted by DG Fastly. Such continuous engagement will ensure the knowledge and the development of robust safety practices across the board. Finally, my gratitude extends to the media, technical staff, all support personnel who were contributed in making this workshop, also to Mr. Lisa. As we move forward, I echo, as Sir told also, the call made by our leadership today to consider hosting an international workshop, sir, or conference whatsoever in Odisha under the guidance of DG Fastly to bring all the stakeholders under one umbrella and further elevate the standard of safety in docks operation. Thank you all once again for your presence, participation, and commitment to this noble cause. Wishing you safe journey and continued success in your endeavors. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid bhagavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It was actually wonderful. Both of thanks. So हर एक प्रोग्राम के लास्ट में थोड़ी सी पावर पैकेजिंग thankful तो बनती है. So everybody please clap for our director of DG Fastly, Shri Vipul Kumar Mishra, sir. So now the time to closing this all the formal meetings. I am here. We all, and thanks to the on the ties, off the ties, all the dignitaries for giving your precious time for this workshop. So here we all are ahead for the high tea. Again, it's a tea time at the rain time. Certificates, okay. तो सर्टिफिकेट भी आप सबका पार्टिसिपेशन सर्टिफिकेट भी हो, so please collect the certificates. Okay. ओके, एक ग्रुप फोटो के लिए सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज आप लोग थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए.